woman never belongs to you. It's just your turn. You lost your edge, she lost attraction for you. That's how it works. What'd you think she was gonna do? Tell you she cheated? Men cannot afford to get complacent in relationships. Get your fat ass off the couch, start lifting weights, and learn game. You're welcome.
And now your man, Donovan Sharp.
What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharp, and welcome to this very early episode of TSR Live, episode 1099, your daily dose of toxic masculinity, misogyny, and small dick energy. It is Friday, September the 6th of 2024. It is good to have you guys in today. Quick announcements before we get started. Follow me everywhere on social media. Instagram, at Donovan Sharp TSR. I mostly post videos about my lifestyle, my animals, my setup, etc., etc. So if you guys want to see how I'm living, at Donovan Sharp TSR. I occasionally post stuff that's political or, RP, whatever the case may be. Rumble.com/Donovan Sharp is where you can find my other channel. I do have two other YouTube channels, but Rumble is where I post, not really spicier content, but more controversial content, where I don't really have to watch my mouth. I can say whatever I want. X, formerly known as Twitter, at TSR Donovan. And of course, on Facebook, How to Relationship is where you can find me on Facebook. I'm not really that active on Facebook. I actually just use Facebook mainly just to communicate with people. You guys know how that goes. But I will say this. You guys need to get on the Discord, man. We have all kinds of fun on Discord. We tell jokes. We post videos. We make suggestions. And also, Discord is the best place. That is the best place for you to be. If you have a video or an article or anything you want me to react to, Discord is the best place to go for that. The link is in the description. If you guys want to get your hands on my 3 free ebooks, these three free ebooks are packed with rock solid, life-changing information, actionable advice, the best of which is the one right in the middle, Dead Bedroom, The Cure for a Sexless Relationship. I've actually thought about, I was going to actually sell the book, but I was like, yeah, you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, when people find this community, there's a lot of information out there, and it can, it gets a little complicated, gets a little convoluted. And so a lot of times people sort of get lost in the sauce, so to speak. Unfortunately, that leads to, a lot of guys just kind of being overwhelmed. But if you sort of want the crib sheet, sort of the quick start guide on the RP community, getting sort of a quick start on your RP renaissance, go to tsracademy.com, not tsracademy.com. That is tsracademy.com, pardon me, to get your hands on my 5 free ebooks. All right, very good. So listen, guys, we have a hell of a show today, and Panda Trucker is already getting off to a very, very fast start, gifting 5 Donovan Sharp memberships. Jaymont, DeRay Davis, Soulless Fool, Funeral 11, P-Dubs. Welcome all 5 of them to the TSR family, as is customary of every first time member. We do a chat-wide age and location check. A lot of people in this community ask, Donovan, how can I form friends and bonds with like-minded men? Well, like-minded men are watching this podcast right now. And if they're watching, that means they're likely like-minded men. Every once in a while, we do have people who lurk, people who aren't exactly sure about the community, so to speak. But if you have made your mind up, which is fine, you never know. Someone who is watching this show could be in your city. They could be in your neighborhood. They could be in your block. They might even be in your building. So age and location check in the house. It is good to have you guys in today. It is a 6:15 here on the West Coast. So for those of you who are watching me for the very first time, I guess I'll just go ahead and give you guys a few warnings up front. And by warnings, I do mean warnings up front. Number one, I'm an asshole. I am not a likable person. And I know this about myself. I know that I rub people the wrong way at first blanch. MLD is much the same way. I felt the same way about MLD that most of you guys feel about me. A lot of you guys in here who have been watching me for years the story is sometimes the same. You know, when I first watched Donovan, didn't really like him that much. And for good reason. I'm an asshole. I mean, and I'm not saying that proudly. This is just who I am. I'm a prickly guy. I'm a shoot first, ask questions later type of dude. But I can assure you that if I ever do check you in the chat, I can assure you it's not normally from a place of vindictiveness or hate. I'm not asking you to understand it. This is just how I am. I've been at this now this is my 7th year podcasting, and as you guys can probably imagine, I've had a lot of things said about me, both good and bad, and I'd be lying if I said that the bad stuff didn't bug me every once in a while, because we are, after all, human. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm just impervious to all criticism in this and that and the third. But by the same token, I have developed sort of a callous to the nonsense. And, but yeah, listen, every once in a while, you know, somebody makes a comment that sort of gets through the callous, and every once in a while I will just kind of go off on people. You know, it's probably cost me subscribers. It's fine. Whatever. You know, financially I'm doing good. You know, that's just how it is. So just understand that if I check you, it's not more than likely. It's probably just because I'm just trying to keep the show on the road. Like I said, I'm a prickly guy. This is just how I am. So if you're watching me for the very first time, you know, just understand that I'm kind of a dick at first. I'm an acquired taste. It takes a while to sort of get used to me and my style. Yes, I'm going to pause videos a lot. Yes, I'm going to talk a lot. This is why I have a podcast. Monday is going to be my 1100th episode. It is what it is. So welcome to the show, guys. Welcome to the show. Got a fantastic show in store for you guys today. I've got the Danny Lee arrest on deck. We've got Venezuelan gangs taking over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. We'll certainly check out that story. We've got a little bit more detail on the Sugar Daddy 1NIG7 and not 1/8. I call it a 1NIG7. Shout out to Snoop and Dre, 1NIG7 on an undercover cop. So we got a little bit more information about that, so we will dive into that. Also, I just decided to jump on TikTok and say women, you know, and plug in women caught cheating. So we're going to react to a few TikToks of women caught cheating. Also, the Hodge twins recently did a breakdown on an American black woman who got fired. And she doesn't really seem to understand why she got fired. Like, she understands why, but she made excuses. Typical American black woman. We'll get into that. Then I had someone in my Discord, and I do apologize. If you send me something in Discord, I almost never shout you out. I'm going to try to be a little bit better about that. It's early. It's 6:20 in the morning. That's my excuse. But someone in my Discord sent me a video about Muslim women over the age of 30 that are single, which is a little bit odd. And then, of course, we've got a story about the Amazon. I'm afraid to say her name. You guys can see it on the bottom right. She appears to be partisan. Somebody asked Alexa why they should vote for Trump. Alexa said, well, you guys will have to wait. You guys will have to wait until the end of the show. Doctor Who. Alexa, stop. Yeah, this Alexa's actually blown out. I don't even know why I have it plugged in anymore. So now I'm gonna talk about it. Let me answer some of your chats before we get this party started here. Steve Ross says, "We rock with you, Donovan." Very good. Weaponry Fitness says, "Oh, this has been a big topic as of late. I'm definitely waiting your thoughts." Oh boy. Jaden Dixon says, "I thought they say you quit." Oh boy. Oh boy. So you guys are about to see a little bit of that prickly orneriness. Jaden, first of all, fam, speak English, nigga. Like, I thought they say you quit. That's the first thing. Speak fucking English. The second thing is I'm not quitting YouTube for the 347th time. I'm not quitting YouTube. I laid off my staff because YouTube, so along with the expenses of my staff, YouTube is no longer profitable for me. The only time YouTube is now profitable for me because I'm the only person on the payroll, so to speak. I'm not going to throw bad money after good money any longer. No, I'm not quitting. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. What I did say is that I'm just not going to put that much effort into this. I've got a couple of side businesses that are clearly out earning what I used to on YouTube. And so I'm going to throw most of my effort into those businesses, and in my spare time, like early in the morning before I go to the gym, go to my gym, I will do these podcasts. I will also be doing reactions in the afternoon. So stay tuned for that. Christopher Williams says top of the morning to you. Dre Raven says, I had to work late, so I missed the game. Glad my Chiefs beat the Ravens. I did not expect that. Neither did I. I thought Baltimore would win that game. Ice Dragon Kid says, imagine hating so much that you ruin any credibility you had. Yeah, that you're talking about Sheryl Swoops. Of course, that is the main event, the topic du jour. We will be getting to that shortly. As always, the phone lines are open. If you have any thoughts, questions, comments, etc., give me a call, 516-387-1987. Again, that is 516-387-1987. Zevian on the YouTube side says, yeah, that pass to Flowers in the end zone hurt. Yeah, man. Yeah, Zay Flowers was wide open, and Lamar Jackson missed him. I thought it was a pretty good game. I think this is a sign of things to come. I still think Baltimore is one of the best teams in the league. Kansas City was just better because of Patrick Mahomes. The Castro 92 says, thought I missed the show. Let's go. Absolutely. Dre Raven says, 47, the ninth circle of hell, a.k.a. Tucson. Yeah, I've heard that it has been 100+ degrees in Arizona for like 100 straight days. That's my kind of weather. That's my kind of weather. Bro Man says, fly, Eagles, fly. That's all right. The Philadelphia Eagles play the Green Bay Packers down in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Today at 8:15 Eastern, 8:15 Eastern, 5:15 Pacific. JJ says, Donovan, do you usually stream this early on Fridays? I do now. So, guys, this will be the time. That I live stream. Originally, I was supposed to come on at 5 o'clock. Of course, it took a lot longer than I thought. But this is going to be the new. Day and time, or the new days and times for my podcast. It's going to be Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And listen, I'm just going to be transparent. The reason I'm streaming at this time is because obviously, there's very little, in the way of competition. It's early in the morning. I'm just trying to recapture that momentum. It's funny. A lot of my haters now point out my, analytics. Ha ha ha. 800 views. Okay. That's fair. He's only doing this because he needs views. Yes, that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game. So I'm going to try to talk about a myriad of topics, guys. I'm going to try to sort of expand my horizons with an RP undertone, and hopefully this takes off, and hopefully, who knows, maybe there's a resurgence, sort of a renaissance with the channel. We shall see. At any rate, let us go to today's first. Oh boy. Okay, there we are. Let's get to today's first topic. This particular video is entitled Danny Lee hits teen while drunk driving in Miami. Dude, I swear to God, man. Look. Listen, I got one thing to say. If you are in and around Miami at night, I would strongly advise you stay off the streets, man. Stay off the streets, because these girls, you guys remember, we actually just covered a case where a girl in Miami 187'd two people when she drove through a stoplight. It's incredible. We got women running over people, particularly in Miami. Paul says, we appreciate you, and I appreciate you too, my friend. Devin in the chat says, I called the Chiefs. Yeah, not hard to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this party started.
But now we know you're done. Really? That's nice? Okay, we'll talk some more, Miss Daniel. Watch your head.
Oh, boy.
As you enter the car, okay?
Oh, my God, were her tits out?
A singer tries to use her celebrity status to avoid being arrested for DUI.
Oh boy.
You're gonna put your hands behind your back?
Are her tits out?
Step down so you don't fall, man.
Yo, they need to remove that that block out.
I wonder what getting arrested for. Maybe for hitting a child.
What? Yo. Look at the smile on her face. This is incredible. Look at how relaxed she is. And guys, listen, those of you guys who are watching me for the very first time, guys, I've been arrested like 30-something times. I'm a 4-time convicted felon. I have never had a smile on my face when I'm in the handcuffs.
Maybe for hitting a child. It's on camera.
At this point, you're being under arrest for 2 things: fleeing the scene of an accident and for being under the influence while driving.
I'm not under the
Yes, you go.
Oh boy, another drunk
Yeah. And you play the scene
Another
of an
drunk
accident,
woman.
major injury to a
Yeah,
person.
to a child.
Yeah, to a child. Another drunk woman, another drunkard, another woman in Miami under the influence, running over people. Jesus.
As of now, that's what it is.
In May of 2023, singer Danielle Leigh Curiel, better
She looks
known
good,
by
though.
her stage name Danny Leigh, hit
Oh,
a
Danny Leigh.
17-year-old boy with her car while driving under the influence in Miami Beach, Florida. Police say witnesses told them Danny Leigh was swerving in and out of lanes and driving at a high rate of speed when she struck the 17-year-old
Unbelievable.
who was on a motorized scooter and dragged the scooter for blocks down the Miami Strip.
What?
A bystander was able to flag down a nearby officer who initiated the traffic stop.
Oh, my
In body cam
God.
video obtained by Law and Crime, it captures a chaotic scene as the witnesses try to tend
Look, so again, she tried to flee the
the
scene.
teenager as he laid injured on the ground.
Jesus. Look at this shit.
And the scooter is resting on the floor at 13th Wash.
How old is he? No, don't. ¿Cuántos años tienes? Bueno, it's okay, we're nurses. Wait. But how old is he? Second year arrested?
Damn, is he all right? I swear to God, man. Yo, these bitches cannot drive in Miami. This is crazy town. You know, it's funny. Girls on Fresh and Fit always steady talking about, I'm afraid to walk down the street in Miami. Maybe men need to, maybe dudes should be afraid.
1100 bucks or 1300 bucks?
What's up with all the drunk driving in Miami, guys? Like, good God. It's raining there. That's something you'll never see in Reno. The Crown Prince says celebrities think they can do anything. Yeah, right?
He was on the silver Jeep? No, he was on the scooter. And the silver Jeep.
Dre Raven says, I guess you could call that tits out drunk. Yeah, hey. Look, I'm all about tits out drunk girls, y'all.
Through what he saw, as he noted how fast the driver was going to the point the victim flew across the street.
Oh my God! Yo, this is crazy.
Scooter right here, and I saw him. I was right there at Quiz, and I heard the first thing I heard was the SUV going fast. And I look over, and the guy is looking out to see if there's any cars coming, and he's maybe scooting forward slowly, and the SUV comes. He was probably around here.
Oh shit! So he actually looked both ways before he crossed.
Just hits him, and I see the scooter, just everything go with the car.
Oh wow!
And then I just freaked out for a second. I was like, that was a person. Like, oh my God. And I thought,
Hey, Kingsley Messador and Rumble, what's up?
flew. I'm telling you, like, I was like, he's dead. Immediately, like, dead on impact. He hit him so hard, and I thought I was gonna land here. And he landed over the there. Like, I started.
Wow! I wonder if he's okay.
I don't understand how he went that far. But he flew him like.
So his scooter was here, but he was just kind of like.
Oh my God!
Like this, and I saw him look. And I said,
was
"Oh
trying
my
to
God!"
turn
Car bridge 253.
He was already here.
He was just there.
He
That's
wasn't
where you saw him.
continuously driving.
So he was just here.
He was just here, and he stopped, and he started looking like this to see if there was any coming.
Okay.
I heard the sound of the car, and that's when
Show myself.
he hit
Park
me,
Ranger
like,
203
halfway.
and Park Ranger 25506.
He wasn't quite in the street, and the guy was coming 100 miles an hour down the street.
Oh, 101.
I mean, I know it happened all the time.
Dude.
Told an officer he didn't see the driver who struck the teenager, but saw the aftermath of the scooter being dragged across several blocks.
Good God!
What have you seen?
I saw him come driving up the right lane, dragging.
Who was driving?
I didn't see the driver. He never got out.
Okay. And he was dragging the scooter?
Yeah, he was dragging the scooter on.
This looks like Rolo's illegitimate cousin.
11th Street.
Okay.
And I heard it, and and then he stopped.
This guy right here is Frodo Tomasi.
Backed up and disengaged.
Yeah, I'm Frodo Tomasi, bro.
Around it and took off northbound. And a white SUV.
And now keep in mind, this is something that we always do. This is something that we always do as humans. We always some people always assume the driver's a man. Some people always assume it's a woman. We need to start assuming that drivers that strike people and flee the scene are women. Because again, it's just sort of, even with insects. Oh, there's a fly. We need to get him. Da 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 da. And it's just human nature, human reaction. But these people are assuming that the driver is a man. Just understand, gentlemen, the driver could be a man. But men generally, if a man commits a crime, he's not going to try to speed off, right? Even the guy who unfortunately ran over Johnny Goudreau and his brother Matthew Goudreau, that tragically, and it happened in New Jersey, tragically, guy got in his car. Matthew and Johnny Goudreau are riding their bikes in New Jersey. I think it was like North Jersey, the Orange area. And the guy was under the influence and ran over them, killed them both. Just slaughtered them. The guy didn't try to speed. Now, don't get me wrong. There are men who do try to flee the scene. But when women get into accidents, when women know they're in trouble, they're the ones that flee the scene. So what we have to understand is that, now, this isn't to say that every time this happens, but chances are, if there is a car that strikes a human or causes an accident and they flee the scene, there's a better than average chance that the driver is probably a woman.
That was stopped over there that had to stop for him to pull out, followed him. Okay. He turned on the white SUV.
See, it's he.
Flashers and the guy took off.
Yep, the guy took off. I mean, you know.
Right on his bumper.
But from some witness statements, there seemed to be confusion over whether the car that hit the teen was a white Jeep or a gray/silver Mercedes.
Oh my God.
I thought I did, but
It definitely ain't a Mercedes because that bitch is in jail.
you explained it a little different than I thought I saw it. Was it juicy? I heard it. I was behind the car that hit him.
This bitch is just trying to. This bitch right here is trying to pitch her OnlyFans. Look at this chick.
I tried to get the car because they.
Yeah, follow me on OnlyFans at Foxy Cleopatra. Phoenix Light Games with the $10 super chat says, after these two cases of these women driving, I've come to the conclusion that women would rather prioritize getting away with red rum spelled backwards, whether intentional or not, than take accountability for their actions. Absolutely. Especially modern women. Modern women in this day and age, they are allergic to accountability. Even when they are caught red-handed, they still, we've seen all those loyalty test videos. Like, some dude will be sitting there watching. She'll be pulling the guy's pants down, ready to suck his dick. The guy walks in. Oh, well, it wasn't like that. No, it wasn't like that. He told me about some dick disease that he had, and I was just going to check it with my tongue in my mouth. It wasn't like that. Why are you gaslighting me? Guys, they never, ever take accountability. So when they know they commit a serious crime, like 1-872 people at an intersection or running over a teenager on a scooter, yeah, they are absolutely going to try to flee the law. And that is because, like Phoenix Light Games says, they would much rather risk it all than take accountability for their actions.
I couldn't tell which car it was. You don't know what kind of car it was? I couldn't tell which one it was. I don't know, like the back door stopped up there. But it was right in front of you. It was
Follow me on OnlyFans.
so fast. Okay, thank you. Sorry. No worries.
She had nice tits, though, didn't she?
Did any of you guys see
This looks like every street in Miami.
No?
Yeah, it was a white car. It's like a Jeep, I think, or Mercedes. I'm not sure.
They said it's a Jeep or Mercedes. That's interesting.
I was like right there in the corner. And then yeah, it's white. It's white. It's white. It looks like a Jeep.
So he was going really fast, and then what happened?
Oh yeah. And then
Again, they're assuming it's a man.
I think it's a motorcycle. And then there was like a car next to it, so
Oh boy.
hit him, and then he hit.
Oh, there we go.
And then he just like keep going non-stop.
Yeah.
Within the intersection, or did it happen?
Yeah, right there. Right there.
Can
What
you
about
take
your
me?
car is?
Can you
Yeah,
take
right
me?
here.
So where was the guy on the bike? Was he in the lane, or where was he exactly?
There were cars.
Damn, is that the scooter?
He was like.
He was in the lane?
Yeah, he was that lane or this lane, because I mean, I was standing right there. But
This is supposed to be a Danny Lay arrest. Like, do they catch up to her? Like, are they gonna go get her or what?
On the left lane.
Closer to there.
Okay.
But during the investigation, officers caught up with both drivers. It was quickly dispelled the driver of the white Jeep was just a witness to the horrific incident.
Witnesses? Yes, sir. I flagged homie. He was on the opposite side, man.
Yeah, that's the nigga. He's like, yes, sir. Yo. My man was ready to sing. He's like, yes, sir. Hold up. I gotta rewind that. He's like, I ain't finna go to jail. He's like, y'all wanna interview me? Yes, sir. Watch.
Witness to
watch.
Incident.
Witnesses?
He said, yes, sir. Kingsley Messidor on the Rumble site says, personally experienced a woman fleeing the scene of a car crash. Me and my dad were going to pick my sister up from work, and on our way there was a traffic stop because of a crash, and it was at night. Of course.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Homie, he was on the opposite side, man.
He's like, I saw the whole thing. I had nothing to do with it. He said, yeah, that's me, bro.
You mind stepping out of the car, talking to me? Just one at a time.
Uh-oh.
Lily, say you.
Oh, no. She ain't had nothing to do with it. This is the Jeep. Oh, is that the Mercedes? I think that might be the Mercedes. Phoenix Light Games on the Rumble side or on the YouTube side says, and also to add to that, it also speaks to the level of narcissism that most modern women possess. Yet this woman, yet women are quick to say that men are the narcissistic ones, but you get women speeding off from the scene of a crime. Absolutely.
The cyclist made that left turn
And got clipped. Damn.
Just like that.
Damn, ain't that some shit, dude? Can you imagine seeing that?
She was seeing straight, but she didn't have time because she was going so fast. She couldn't have stopped to let the.
How fast do you think she was going?
Ooh.
Funeral 11 says, good morning, Big Don. Watching you on the plane on my way to the Dominican Republic. Hopefully I don't get thrown off for watching you. Yeah, let's hope not. Kingsley Messidor on the Rumble side continues, says she ran, and since our car door was open and the other car in line with us wasn't, she hopped in and begged us not to get her out and said she was on her way to her son's football game. Dude, Kingsley, you've got to be kidding me. That is crazy.
Maybe 60.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Unbelievable. She got into your car and begged you. Good God almighty.
Weaving.
Yep.
Weaving. And then she hit him. And then we was like, oh. And we saw
this is the first woman that acknowledges that the driver is a woman.
She hit him. And we were waiting to see if she would stop. She did not stop. She kept going.
She did not stop.
So we got involved like, oh, we got to follow. So we got to the next light.
Good.
A group of people came over to the truck, to the passenger side.
Good.
To let her know, like, you got the scooter on your.
Oh, shit.
You got a scooter right there. And I guess it fell off. The bike was to the side. She kept going. That's when we started chasing at that point.
Damn.
I'm calling 911. Gave them the license plate number.
Oh, yeah, they got her. They're going to get her now. Good for her. Hey. Don DeMarco, this woman, man. That's what I'm talking about.
First cop to stop her. I'm sorry, I don't know who, but we flagged him down. And we're like, look, hit and run. And somebody, like, did back there.
Damn. They snitched that bitch out. They say, yo, hit and run. That bitch right there.
All of this happened. So it was really fast.
Do you remember what color was the scooter?
Black.
Shit. Scooter. Shit, it's at night, bitch. Like, I ain't gonna know all of that.
A little white in there.
Okay. Let me have you have your license or
yes. All I saw was the driver of the scooter laying in a fetal position. Do you know who was driving this vehicle? I mean, based off of whoever got off the driver's side. Now, if they switched the side, I don't know.
Ooh, yes, they will sometimes.
Who got out of the driver's side?
Yeah, sometimes this unfortunately happens a lot. Is drivers will switch, right? Like if somebody gets pulled over and if they can pull it off, they'll switch. They'll do like a Chinese fire drill to keep the other person out of trouble.
By this time, it was confirmed the driver of the Mercedes was Danny Lay.
Ooh.
Unaware she hit someone with her car.
What?
She's in cuffs along with a friend who...
Yo, how in the hell can you be unaware of the fact that you struck someone with your vehicle at a high rate of speed? What are we doing?
Was riding in the passenger seat.
Wait, hold up. Her titties are out too?
She did, in the red.
By this time, it was confirmed the driver of the Mercedes was Danny Lay, who acted unaware she hit someone with her car. She's seen in cuffs along with a friend who was riding in the passenger.
Jamal says, yo, good morning. I think Jack TV dropped the other day. Let's get it. Yes, I will be doing a reaction to either Jacked TV or Pop the Balloon or Find Love at probably about 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern.
We already have witnesses right there. We have witnesses.
Oh, yeah, we got you. We got you. Like, you're caught.
Who was driving?
Yep, there's Danny Lay. Bruh man says she was super drunk if she ain't realized she hit somebody. Man, I'm trying to tell you, man.
But shortly after, rapper Quavo and his security guards appear, trying to figure out what's going on.
Guys, I have breaking news here. So the pew pew in Georgia, you guys know that there was a mass pew pew at a Georgia school. They are charging the father of the school pew pewer with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children, according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. These charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son Colt to possess a weapon, GBI Director Chris Hosey said. I'll be covering that a little bit later.
Is your car or is it a rental?
It's my car. I have my car seat in there. I have a baby.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Of course she's a single mom. Of course she is. Ay.
Go over there. Or go over there. Yo.
Now here come these niggas. Here come the bat. Here we go. Nah, don't put your hands up, bruh. Back the fuck up, Negro.
You're good.
Thank you. Like, don't be getting involved. Bruh, you got to back up. I swear to God, it's always niggas that try to get involved with this shit. Don't get shot over a bitch. Yo, right here. Look. It's a little side story. This is how niggas get shot. Right here. This is how niggas get shot. The cops are telling you, yo, get the fuck out of here. It's a goddamn crime scene. And you steady talking to the cops. Come on. Get up out of there, man.
All right, appreciate it.
Bruh, just get the fuck out. God damn. I swear to God, it's always niggas that want to get involved. Like, you don't know this bitch. Yeah. Secondhand Truth says niggas just end up escalating shit like, dude.
About a minute later, a visibly drunk Danny Lay continued to deny hitting anyone with her car.
Dude, Danny Lay looks good as hell.
What's up?
What's happening?
What's happening? We're doing the investigation.
What's happening is you're getting fucking arrested, bitch.
You really got
We have witnesses.
Yeah.
That you hit a
But
scooter.
no, they're lying.
Okay.
Oh, they're lying, she says. Oh, yeah.
City, so we're gonna clarify, okay? So if you're
She said, no, they're lying.
If it's the truth, then you'll be out of those handcuffs and you're on your way.
I've never been in handcuffs in my life.
Okay.
Shit.
It's just
That don't matter.
well, we have to do it for the
See, please, I've never been in handcuffs in my life.
Really, honestly, it hurts my wrist.
Okay,
Then
bitch.
another officer can be heard urging Quavo's security team to leave.
Okay, no tolerance. We do not want you talking to the witnesses. We do not want you talking to the witnesses because you know the... Legally, you can't stop.
Yo, who the fuck? Now, they said Quavo. Is that old boy from Migos?
Investigation, yes, I can.
Yo, nigga, get the fuck. Oh, this is his security team. What the fuck? Bruh.
All right, so what you're doing right now, I'm gonna make this nice and simple. What you're doing right now, you're impeding our investigation.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they're doing. So I guess, I don't know if this is Quavo's team, whatever the case may be. These niggas are steady talking to the witnesses. Why are you, like, what are you guys doing? I just don't guys, listen, man. I'm sorry. This is absolute crazy town. This is absolute fucking crazy town. I do not understand. I do not understand why niggas always got to get involved. And I don't know if Danny Lay has anything to do with Quavo or the security team, but bro, the cops are conducting an investigation. Why are you getting involved? And then they want to, and then they want a steady beat. No. Get out of there. Like, are they trying to influence witness? What are you doing? Oh God. This is the kind of stuff that pisses me off. And then niggas steady talking about we got racist cops and this and that and the third. This is why they're conducting an investigation. Get the fuck out of the way, man. What are we doing? And now y'all are unbelievable, man.
All right, so I told you multiple times to go over there or go over there. Now you're impeding our investigation.
Bro.
I'm trying to be cool with you, man. I'm trying to be cool with you. But now you're calling a seat for no reason. All right, I'm losing my patience.
Bruh.
I'm losing my patience. All right, so what you want?
This nigga's still arguing with the cops. Bro, you got to do what the fuck he says. What are we? Oh my God.
Do you want to keep on impeding our investigation or you want to go somewhere else?
I'm not impeding anything.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Go somewhere else.
I do got something to do with it.
No, it.
All right, then. He's not. Are you driving? Were you the passenger? Were you driving? None of you.
No, then get the fuck out of here.
No, none of you guys are in here.
I cannot believe this shit. I can't believe this shit.
All right, have a good night.
Thank you. Look, last word type of niggas. Last word type of niggas. Don't look at them, Danny Lay.
Bro, come on, bro. Chance.
Look. He is still over there arguing with the fucking cops. Yo, get your boy and get the fuck out of here, man. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Have a good night. Have a good night, bro. Have a good night.
And do you guys see the low key? Do you guys see the low key insubordination? He told him, get the fuck out of here, have a good night. But what's he doing is steady. He's walking away very slowly, looking back at the witness so as to not completely comply with cops. I can't stand people like this. Ken Rose with the $1 super chat. Then we've got Ken Rose with the $2 Rumble rant. Appreciate that, Ken. Let's continue.
Fucking wannabe, bro.
Dude, there he is. Thank you.
All right, well, now we're doing.
She says, "Oh no, wannabe, they're with us." No, not right now, bitch.
All right, I explained to you multiple times. I'm losing my patience. I'm trying to be cool, but you have people pulling up here. We can't have that.
Thank you.
Okay? Aside from that, I'm not trying to give you attitude, but you understand what I'm coming. Okay, well.
So I just can't be committed to committing a crime.
Regardless of the fact that you're
Jesus.
You're a celebrity or not, you're still not above the law.
Thank you. Tell her.
Okay.
Tell her.
Let us do our due diligence. Let us do our investigation. Then from there, if you're
there you go.
Good. Simple as that.
About 10 minutes later, while still cuffed and on the pavement, Danny Lay continues to throw around her celebrity status. As she mentions to the officer, she made songs for famous singers.
Who cares? Okay, so you made songs for famous singers. You're still guilty of a DUI, or allegedly guilty of a DUI. Okay.
You guys ever heard
Easy?
Easy with Chris Brown?
Yo, this nigga said Easy-E.
Yeah.
You heard that song?
I've heard Easy.
That's my song.
Ah, look at her trying to charm this nigga.
He made it for you?
No, that's my song.
Oh, like you made it?
We don't care.
Thank you, Stephen A. We don't give a damn.
Yeah.
And you sold it to him?
Yes.
That's cool.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
You're still drunk, and you still hit somebody. Oh, Stanley Frederick says, Danny Lay, the rapper, the baby, ex-baby mama. I did not know that. Baker19 says, didn't Pac make an album in prison? Yeah, he did.
One. They told anyone that the 317 to go to one.
Lex Xavier says the song is ass. Oh, okay. Didn't realize that.
We can't, man.
It hurts so bad.
Right now we can't. If you don't
She's
move,
like, it hurts so bad.
when you start moving,
Yeah, we totally believe you. She keeps flashing them titties.
You are so weird.
Oh, yeah?
Huh? You looking me up? You think I was lying?
Yeah, we thought you were lying.
Quavo was right here helping me out.
No, Quavo was there about to get shot. That's what the fuck that was.
Guy here?
Who?
The guys that came up right now?
Stanley Frederick says Danny Lay had a lot of hit songs, especially with Chris Brown. Breezy. Let's go, Breezy.
You guys got me locked up.
No, bitch. Again.
So
She says you guys got me locked up for nothing. No, you hit somebody.
people was talking about I
I hit somebody. Like, what is he talking about?
Oh, Jesus Christ. She's still in denial.
She tells the officer she was actually coming back from a party at Diddy's house, but the singer doesn't seem to take it serious that she injured a 17-year-old boy.
At Diddy's place. Boy, that's not going to help her case, is it? Uh-oh. Look at this. These two guys, just take a look at this. Look at this. Do you guys see this? Take a look at your screen. You have two women who were in a car that hit a 17-year-old kid on a scooter. And look at those smiles, ear to fucking ear. Unbelievable. They just don't get it. Look at her. Look at that smile. She has no... This is unbelievable. Do you see how far women are removed from their own consequences? Even when they are sitting on the street in handcuffs, they still, we'll be fine. We'll get out of this.
Diddy had a memorial party.
At his house?
She keeps talking about Diddy, but that's not going to help her case.
Was I there?
Hell no.
His place. But I wasn't there right now.
Where?
I've been to his place, but I wasn't there right now.
What do you say?
So Danny Lee right now is hitting on the officer, or Danny Lay. She is flirting with the officer, and the officer's kind of flirt. Makes I've been to Diddy's house before.
Not far west. I'm gonna stay
See? She's like, where do you stay? Yeah, she's trying to flirt with the officer. This guy. She's not, dude. She keeps talking about the fact that it hurts.
I just want to go home.
Oh, you going home? All right. No, you ain't getting no ticket.
We have to investigate.
Nope.
Once we completed with the investigation, and we don't find anything. If we don't find anything, we'll let you go.
Did somebody die?
I don't know.
Unbelievable. Did somebody die? Sweetheart, you can commit a crime whether or not someone dies. Now she's being a fucking bumper sticker. Did somebody die? Well, then if nobody died, why am I arrested?
You know if somebody died.
No, I really don't know. I promise you, I don't know.
How do you not know if somebody's dead around here?
Unbelievable, man. Listen to this woman.
You guys are crazy.
I know. I heard fire rescue responding, but I don't know for what. I don't know anything.
You know nobody died.
What's your first name?
This is so funny. She thinks that if nobody died, she thinks she's going home. Phoenix Light Games with another $10 super chat says niggas purposely put themselves in situations to get attention, to play on the victim narrative. They want their first 15 minutes, play the racist card, annoy the cop to get things worse. The black culture is a matriarch. 1,000%. I can't stand people like that. Sitting there arguing with the cops. Bro, what are you doing?
Hit somebody on a scooter.
No, I didn't hit nobody.
Yes, you did. Now she's arguing.
And you're from Buffalo.
There's no damage on my head.
Oh my God, this bitch.
No, you cannot look. There is damage.
No, there's not.
So now what she's trying to do, and again, I'm gonna put out there's always a process. So when women get caught doing something, first they deny they did anything. Then they try to, where's the evidence? They want to litigate their case on the street. It's ridiculous. Like, bitch, thank you. Thank you.
I just think it's...
Someone right now could be losing their life because of...
Thank you.
You don't know that.
I know that for sure.
Unbelievable.
I know if I would have hit somebody, I know somebody would be dead. Type. Nobody's dying.
Wow. Listen to this woman.
Very serious situation.
This woman has no idea how serious this is.
Don't make me feel bad. Officer Noah?
You should feel bad.
Noah?
This bitch. Is she really trying to flirt her way out of this nonsense?
If you hit somebody, if you didn't hit anybody, then none of this would be happening right now.
Ay.
I didn't hit nobody. I know for a fact I didn't hit nobody.
Okay, listen, Danny Lay. If you say you didn't hit anybody, then you didn't hit anybody. We'll just go ahead and let you go home. Get out of here, man.
Okay,
Get out of here.
You know, we have... Oh, she's going to handle it?
Uh-oh.
We have a real witness here. A witness.
Uh-oh, a witness. Dude, they got multiple witnesses.
That's a man that has nothing better to do in life.
See, there it is. See, they're trying to litigate the case. Oh, that's your witness? Oh, he has nothing better to do. That may be true, Danny, but he's still a witness.
His word. Like, why do we take his word?
Oh my God. See, there it is. Why would you take his word? There it is.
If someone tells us something, we have to investigate.
He could literally be lying.
Why would he?
Investigate to see if it's true or not.
Investigate it, but don't take his word. Like, you can't take nobody's word.
No, I know, and that's why we haven't put you in the back of our vehicle and took you into jail.
Oops!
We gotta investigate. We don't know what happened.
You gotta take me to jail?
No, I'm not saying that we are. I'm saying that you're detained right now as we're investigating.
But just send me to jail?
No, I never said that. Right now we're investigating.
The Crown Prince says the cop is still playing good cop with her. Yeah, he is. They are playing good cop, bad cop. They are. Yeah, you're probably right. I missed that. He's playing the good cop. The other guy's playing the bad cop. This guy's like, hey, blah, 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 blah. I didn't say I'd take you to jail. The other guy's like, dude, this ain't fucking funny, bitch.
I feel like if somebody was dying, there would be an ambulance.
Unbelievable. She is, again, trying...
ambulance responded somewhere.
An ambulance did respond.
Did it?
Did.
And I did see the guy on the ground, laying on the floor.
There it is.
Was there an ambulance grabbing him?
This is unbelievable. This is so funny. She's trying. It's almost like she's trying to pick apart their case, as though the cops are lying to her about the situation. I don't believe that anybody's fighting for his life. The cop says, yo, I rolled up on the dude. The guy's laying on the ground. Well, was there an ambulance close by? Because she wants us to think that if he can't prove to her that an ambulance was close by, then he must be lying about this kid. Like, Danny Lay, baby, nobody is out to get you. You allegedly committed a crime, and pending the investigation, you will pay the price.
We're not there.
Right there.
No, it's further down.
It's a lot. It's 5 blocks.
Yeah, it's 5 blocks. You drove 5 blocks. You tried to get away.
Officer Noah?
Yes.
They think it's a big fucking joke.
So mean to me. I didn't even do anything.
I feel like you're being so mean to me. Oh my
Because
God.
I think it's funny, like how you're being mean to me without even knowing. You just believing this man in this Jeep that doesn't even know me. Okay.
I wouldn't even respond anymore. They're going the fuck to jail, man.
Congrats.
This is crazy. You guys don't even have kids. My baby's waiting for me. Guess what? Hey, you know what? Your baby's waiting for you. You know who else is waiting for somebody? Is that fucking 17-year-old kid's mom. She's waiting for him too. But his ass is laying on the pavement because you hit him with your vehicle. These people, man.
Baby's gonna be there when you get there.
When am I gonna get there? Tonight, or am I gonna get arrested?
You might.
I could possibly get arrested?
Yes. Yes. Damn right it's a possibility.
I'm not laughing at all.
The severity of what happened seems to have set in as Danny Lay became visibly emotional. About half an hour later,
she didn't become visibly emotional. Now she's just trying to get out of it. The waterworks.
Officers asked the singer to do a field sobriety
Oh boy, here we go.
So right now what we're going to do is we're done with the crash investigation, okay? We're going to do we're going to see if you're driving on the influence, okay? So we're going to start that influence. We're done with the crash investigation. What we're going to do now is we're going to do a set of tests to determine if you're driving on the influence. Okay, so we're starting a criminal investigation, okay? So do us a favor, we're going to walk over here because it's a little bit more stable and there's more light.
Alright, come here. Go ahead, walk. Car's done.
God, why do all these bitches have these tattoos? Phoenix Light Games said, quote, you cannot take his word. Translation. The only one in the situation you should believe is me. I am a woman. You should always believe me. Give me a fucking break. Yeah, exactly, man. These bitches are all the same. This bitch is drunk as fuck, man. It's obvious. Look at this look right here. You see this officer? She's like, this bitch is drunk. Look at that look. Somebody's trying to holler at Danny Lay. How long are we gonna? Are they just gonna walk her to jail? Like, I ain't never seen no field sobriety test like this.
Come over here.
Damn, she's got some nice tits. Good lord.
Hold on. No.
Dude, this bitch is drunk as hell, man. Just lock her ass up, man. It's
Right here.
obvious.
Right here. Go way down there. Down so you can see. Right there.
That officer is like, yo, this bitch is drunk as fuck.
Okay, you see this light, right?
She's about to fail the hell out of this.
What we're gonna do is follow horizontal gaze. Okay, so you're gonna follow the tip of my pen. Okay? Gonna cover it so it's not too bright.
Trey Raven said, large Marge is looking forward to meeting her new cellmate. Yeah, right?
Okay. Do you wear glasses normally? Okay, so you're usually so you're gonna keep your head still and follow the stimulus, which is this blue point, okay? With your eyes only. You're not gonna move your head.
The level up man says, even if she does know the serious, how serious the situation is, she doesn't care, hence the shit-eating grin. Yep, you're right. You're absolutely right. Funeral 11 says, Danielle is a beautiful girl plus celebrity. I'm sure she's used to getting everything she wants. Yeah, she is hot, that's for sure. Man Up Academy says, Donovan, after seeing shit like this happen time and time again, men in America should just focus on getting women outside the states. There's no help. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree, man. Shade says, I saw a video on Facebook. Latina chick, 187, 2 pedestrians with DUI. The lady was totally clueless during the intake at jail, laughing and smiling. Yes. I actually broke down that video here on YouTube. I think she ended up getting 14 years in prison. She was really drunk. Oh, she is so drunk. Uh-oh.
Now we're gonna pass to another part. Are you comfortable with those shoes? Do you want to take those shoes off? Do you have any problems with your legs that will... Okay. So we're gonna, it's gonna be called a open turn. You're gonna put your left foot in line. So we're gonna use...
Why don't they just give her a breathalyzer already? You know, I'm sure that there's probably someone. I'm sure there's probably some law that somebody exploited. There's no way she's gonna be able to pass this, dude.
And put your right foot in front of you. Okay. Put your arms out.
Oh, yep. There's fuck up number 1.
Do not start until I tell you to do so.
At least she's not being combative. Ooh, it gets cold in here.
Look at me for a second. Your left foot in line. Your right foot right in front.
Put your right foot in. You put your right foot out.
On your side at all times. Okay. Again, do not start until it.
God, she's got nice knockers. I'll give her that.
Yes.
Ice Dragon Kids said they just want to see the tits jiggle. If it was dudes, yeah.
Heel to toe, step on the line.
Heel to toe, like in marching band. Let's go. Heel toe, heel toe, heel toe.
And return 9 seconds.
It is 7:05 on the West Coast. 7:05 a.m. on the West Coast. Looks like the sun is beginning to rise.
Go back to that. On the 9th step, keep the front foot on the line and turn by taking several small steps.
Oh my God, I can't even follow those instructions.
While walking, watch your feet at all times. Keep your arms at your side and count steps aloud so I can hear you. Once you begin to now stop the test until it's complete. Do you understand the instructions? You might be...
Lex Xavier says, now that it's a lady cop, flirting ain't an option. Yeah, she's a little less talkative now, isn't she? You gotta count, sweetie. Oh, she's doing good. Oh, This woman is used to getting whatever she wants because she looks good. That's why they put the lady cops on her. I like it. Good observation there, Lex.
The last test that we're gonna do is called the one leg stand.
So you make your assessments, right? On the first one.
Dude, she's already failed, man. This is...
Yo, control that! I don't want that interfering over here.
Uh-oh.
I don't care what that is. Why are you even on the scene? Back him away.
Oh, shit. Oh, dude, are
Why
you...
is he standing next to you? Move him away from the scene, please.
Yo, this...
Let's go.
What do I do? Okay.
No, you didn't do anything.
No. Stand with me. Okay, you talk to me. Just stand where we were at the beginning, okay?
What the?
Put your arms up. You're gonna stand with your heels together and your arms at your side.
Okay.
Stay in that position until I tell you to move.
Do not begin the test until I tell you to do it. Do you understand? When I tell you to, I want you to raise one leg. Either leg, doesn't matter. Approximately.
These dudes are walking by there like, oh, shit.
Foot pointed out. Keep both legs straight and keep your eyes on the elevated. Keep your eyes on the elevated. While holding that position, count out loud. 1001, 1000.
Phoenix Light Games with the $20 super chat says if you're planning on getting women outside the country,
So you're gonna look at me.
especially if you come from a black family, keep it to yourself. The black women in your family will sabotage you, or the women you're dating. Black women can't stand it when black men are happy with other women. Yeah, modern women can't stand it when men in general figure out how to be happy in life without them. Anything a man does that does not involve them that makes them happy, they have a problem with it.
And see.
Okay, your arms are gonna be to your side. You're gonna be looking at your foot. Okay.
Ready?
Listen to me. Look at me. Arms down. You're gonna look at your foot. Okay. Until I tell you to stop. You may begin the test. You may keep it count.
Do you have any questions before she begins? Go back to your starting position.
It looks like
Let's go to the line again. We're starting at the line. Okay.
this is taking too long. Why don't they just give her a fucking breathalyzer, dude? Like, it's clear she's drunk.
2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 12, 13, 14.
You gotta count the whole thing.
15, so what? 17.
1,000, 17,
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Oh, there it is.
22, 23.
You can stop now.
Where's you want to bring your car up? What you wanted to know was as far as that's the passenger. We just go to go. I don't know as of yet.
Yeah, the passenger wasn't driving.
Your car or a car? You want me to get my car? That's fine. Bring your car. I don't want no trouble. Bring your car. I'm so sorry if any trouble I caused you.
Yeah, the Crown Prince says they're compiling evidence. Yeah, they're really...
Believing she passed the sobriety test, officers placed her under arrest for DUI and believing she passed the sobriety test.
I'm sorry.
But despite Danny Lay believing she passed the sobriety test,
there it is.
Officers placed her under arrest for DUI and leaving the scene of an accident.
There you go.
To the car.
She thought she passed the test. Oh, she says, go and stand by the car. Uh-oh. Listen.
To the car.
Yep. Go stand by the car.
Lean forward. Lean forward. You're gonna put your hands behind your back.
There it is. Oh, don't cry now.
Step down so you don't fall, man.
Don't cry now. Mm-hmm.
What am I getting arrested for?
Is she laughing or crying?
It's on camera.
This one, you're being under arrest for two things: fleeing the scene of an accident and for being under the influence while driving.
There it is.
Yes, go.
All of you tested this. I didn't.
Yeah.
No.
The scene of an accident.
Baby girl.
Major injury to a person.
Yeah, to a child, not a person.
As of now, that's what it is. But we're gonna do. You know what? We're gonna do some more tests when we get there.
Oh, shit. That's the breathalyzer. Let's go.
Lean forward. Yes.
Is she really crying? It doesn't even sound like she's really crying.
I'm with the 39. I already have a 13.
Granny River. Granny River. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
One in custody and no take the in custody time.
Yeah.
Not at the same time.
Yeah, man, King Life. Yeah. So King Life, just to catch you up, King Life. Yeah, she is drunk. Number one, she hit a kid, a 17-year-old who was on a scooter, and then left the scene of the crime. Matter of fact, she got 5 blocks away before they finally got her.
I'm gonna be your rival at 13 in Washington. We're gonna have. Can I see the cameras because I didn't see nobody document in custody time.
For DUI and for hitting somebody
Baby girl, you're going to jail. There she goes, trying to litigate it. Yeah, she does want Officer Noah. They gotta get a sweater. Oh yeah, now you want a sweater. Now that she knows she's under arrest, you don't want to show them titties anymore. I wouldn't either.
First name again? What's your first name, ma'am? Danielle. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Danielle. Okay, we'll get you your sweater. Okay. Just give it, like you said. If you're not, just one more test, and I'm gonna administer that, and so we can prove what you're saying. Okay.
I literally have a bikini on.
That's fine. Why didn't you
I literally have a bikini on. Why are we wearing a bikini? Oh, now all of a sudden.
Yes, because you could be hiding something there. So
there you go.
But now we know
I'm
you're
an R&B singer. Please.
Really? That's nice. Okay, we'll talk some more.
Look, we don't give a damn about you being an R&B singer.
To the car, okay?
Into the car. Yeah, there you go. Get in the car, bitch. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Back so you don't hit your head.
Let's go. Come on now. Come on now. Off with it.
Give it to you. Okay. Thank you.
There it is. There it is.
Was taken off to the police station. Once officers arrived, they reviewed again the startling surveillance video that showed the moment of impact.
Oh, no.
Dude. He is lucky to be alive right now.
What happened?
Yeah, that's what the witness said. Exactly what the witness said.
According to police, the R&B singer blew a 0.145 on the first breathalyzer she took.
Jesus, dude. Oh, my God.
0.148 on the second breathalyzer, nearly double the legal limit.
Jesus.
She was charged with 2 felonies, leaving the scene of a crash and DUI with serious injury, as well as 2 misdemeanors of driving under the influence and DUI damage to property or person, and was issued just a $1,000 bond.
A $1,000 bond. A $1,000 bond. Incredible. $1,000 bond, gentlemen. $1,000 bond. Unbelievable. You have got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. That is absolutely incredible. That is absolutely incredible. Okay, let's see what we got here. There we go. All right, perfect. There we go. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and go to the next topic, the main event, so to speak. So I could really. Sorry about that. Before we do that, let me quickly just read these chats, and then we will get started with the Caitlin Clark situation. The Crown Prince says, "Wasn't that your fashion choice?" Yeah, of course. There you go. Of course, talking about Danny Lay and the bikini. King Life says, "R&B singer, LMAO, IG singer. She's on SoundCloud." No, she's actually legit. She's legit, but it is what it is. Jared Atkinson says, $100 and she out crazy. Yeah, dude, $1,000 bond. Brahman says, "Women literally get away with anything, SMH. Unbelievable. Unbelievable." Shade says, "Bro, she paid $100 and was out right after booking." Yep. Yeah, she only had to pay if the bond is $1,000, all she has to pay is $100 to get out. And she probably had that in her fucking glove box. Incredible. Insanity. Okay. And so we are going to so now we're going to talk about the Caitlin Clark situation. But rather than me explaining it to you, I would actually like to just go ahead. I'm gonna play you a video. I'm gonna play you a video of me sort of summarizing what's going on with this whole Caitlin Clark thing. Couple of videos. It would probably take a lot less time for me to just go ahead and play you the videos rather than explaining it to you guys again. And so here we go. By talking about the whole Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark controversy. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with this particular situation, Angel Reese, as you can see on the screen, she's got a bunch of heat for doing this at the end of the women's NCAA basketball championship game. People have called her crass. They've called her classless. She's taken a lot of heat. She's taken a hell of a lot of heat. Now, before I give my take on this particular situation, let me explain how it got to this point. And I'm actually going to use myself as an example to illustrate how sports fans generally operate. Anytime we see something in sports that's just a little bit different, something that is rarely or never seen before, we tune in. We're intrigued by the unusual happening. A good example of this is, of course, Jeremy Lin. Jeremy Lin is an Asian American basketball player who took the NBA by storm for a few magical weeks during the 2011-2012 NBA season. It was something we'd rarely seen before, an Asian dominating in the NBA. The other player was Yao Ming, who was in the Basketball Hall of Fame, but nobody had ever seen or experienced anything like Linsanity. Now, Jeremy Lin captivated the world with his seemingly overnight and meteoric rise through the NBA ranks, and it was one of the coolest sports stories of my lifetime, if I'm being honest. Right? I think there's a documentary about it somewhere. I'm fairly certain it's probably called Linsanity, but don't quote me on that. Anyway, Lin broke the mold in many ways because he was something different. He was only the second Asian player of note that we have seen that not only played in the NBA, but actually thrived, right? Every time he was on TV, I was going to watch because, again, I was seeing something different. PK Subban also comes to mind. PK Subban is an African-American retired hockey player who is obviously black. Now, granted, there have been other black players in the NHL. Anson Carter comes to mind. And, of course, Grant Fuhr, who is regarded as one of the greatest players in NHL history, as the goalie who was the backbone of the Edmonton Oilers dynasty back in the 1980s. Fuhr was on a team, he was on an all-star team, littered with Hall of Famers, with Wayne Gretzky, who is the greatest player in NHL history, Mark Messier, Hall of Famer, Paul Coffey, Hall of Famer, Marty McSorley, the list goes on and on. Grant Fuhr was not only the first black player to win a Stanley Cup, he ended up with 5, and he is also the very first black person ever to have been inducted in the Hockey Hall of Fame. The Edmonton Oilers were must-see TV, obviously because of the dynasty they created, winning 5 of 7 Stanley Cups in a 7-year span. But another reason they were so intriguing is because they had a black man as their goaltender. No one had ever seen this before. Now, the best example that I can think of in my lifetime in terms of breaking the mold in sports is none other than Eldrick Tiger Woods. For those of you who are old enough to remember, we all remember when Tiger Woods was a global superstar of epic proportions. He was the world's most popular athlete for a decade plus. It all started with his record-breaking performance in 1997 by winning the Masters at the tender age of 21. That was the genesis of one of the most incredible stories of the 20th and 21st century. The reason it was so intriguing is because Tiger Woods is black. A black golfer dominating the tour is something that we'd never seen before and probably will never see again. Persons of every race tuned in on Sunday afternoons to watch Tiger strutting confidently around the course in his customary red Nike shirt, which essentially told everyone, game over, drive home safely, thanks for flying American. Jocelyn Alo, a college softball star who is also in this arena, albeit to a lesser degree. She was a Polynesian power-hitting softball player who hit home runs at an unprecedented rate. She got me to a television anytime the University of Oklahoma softball team was on television. Well, gentlemen, we've got another example of this sports intrigue, and this time, it's in women's college hoops. I have never, and I mean never,
intently watched women's college basketball or WNBA for obvious reasons, but this season was an exception. And that reason was because of Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark, for those of you guys who are not sports-minded, she is the point guard for the University of Iowa's women's college basketball team, and to say that she is must-see TV is a gross understatement. This chick is a straight-up assassin who has been called the Stephen Curry of women's basketball, and for good reason. She is a sniper from the outside, and she routinely hits NBA range threes all day long. Doesn't matter who's on her, she'll hit threes from anywhere on the court. Iowa, the University of Iowa, they made an unprecedented run to the Final Four behind the sharpshooting of Caitlin Clark. They upset the heavily favored University of South Carolina Gamecocks, who were, at the time, undefeated and the defending champions, to get to the title game against LSU. Now, Iowa ended up losing to LSU in the title game, but toward the end of the game, Angel Reese then taunted Caitlin Clark, and I'll get into that briefly. But the reason I watch Caitlin Clark is because she's different. She is a white woman dominating a game primarily dominated by black women, at least here in America. It's as intriguing as Grant Fuhrer back in the 80s, Tiger Woods in the 90s and early 2000s. I'll even go as far as to say that Danica Patrick finishing fourth in the 05 Indianapolis 500 was probably also maybe in the same ballpark. So when a white girl comes along and she shows the kind of consistent range that Caitlin Clark has, and then upsets the undefeated number one team in the country, who is also the defending champion, the world is going to notice, and notice it did. I was among those who noticed, because for the first time in my life, I actually made it a point to sit down and watch a women's college basketball game on purpose. But let me rewind back to 1997, if I may. The year Tiger Woods won the Masters in historic fashion, and putting the world on notice about what was about to happen for the next decade and a half. A fellow PGA golfer by the name of Fuzzy Zoeller made comments about Tiger and what he should serve at next year's Masters dinner should Tiger hang on and get the W. Here is a clip of what Mr. Zoeller said.
He's doing quite well. Pretty impressive. Little boy's driving it well, and he's putting well. He's doing everything it takes to win. So you know what you guys do when he gets in here? Pat him on the back, say congratulations, enjoy it, and tell him not to serve fried chicken next year. Got it. All right. Or collard greens, or whatever the hell they serve. He's doing quite well.
Obviously, that is a regrettable take on his part, but his First Amendment rights guarantee him freedom of speech. That doesn't mean freedom from consequences, as Mr. Zoeller quickly learned. So now you're probably asking yourself, okay, Donovan, what does Fuzzy Zoeller have to do with Caitlin Clark? I'm glad you asked. Stay with me, gentlemen. You see, Fuzzy, like many other PGA golfers at that time, they didn't really take too kindly to a 21-year-old black kid kicking their asses up and down Augusta National. They were haters. They hated on Tiger because he was new, he was different, and likely because he was black. He took over the PGA by storm and didn't relinquish his grip on golf until his ex-wife Elin Nordegren famously put her golf club through his window, and we all know how that ended. Well, and stay with me, Caitlin Clark is Tiger Woods and Angel Reese is Fuzzy Zoeller. Let me repeat that. Caitlin Clark in this situation is Tiger Woods and Angel Reese is Fuzzy Zoeller. Fuzzy was simply echoing the sentiments of other golfers on the tour as well as himself when he made that crack about fried chicken and collard greens. And for the record, Tiger Woods is the best thing that ever happened to the PGA Tour money-wise, because it's because of him now purses are higher than they've ever been. Of course, Live Golf came along and blew that out of the water, but that's beside the point. Well, Angel Reese echoed the sentiments of the kinds of black female basketball players who like to trade in racism. Some would even argue that Reese was simply carrying the flame started by University of South Carolina coach Dawn Staley, who indirectly indicated that the University of Iowa coach Lisa Bluter made a racist comment when Coach Bluter described rebounding against a much bigger and much more physical South Carolina team as being in a bar fight. It was a benign analogy that had nothing to do with race and everything to do with giving credit to South Carolina's physicality in the low post and on the glass.
Here is what Coach Bluter said.
Described it to me as you're going to a bar fight when you try to get into a go rebound.
Let's listen again.
They're just so good. Described it to me as you're going to a bar fight when you try to get into a go rebound against them. They're just so good. Described it.
They're just so good. And here is how Dawn Staley replied to that comment.
Other coaches, your colleagues, have sitting in that spot and talked about you all being bullies. What's the truth about your team?
The truth about our team, okay? It's a good question, okay? We're not bar fighters. We're not thugs. We're not monkeys. We're not street fighters. This team exemplifies.
Coach Bluter was simply giving credit where credit was due. She was giving credit to the University of South Carolina for being dominant down low. She said it herself. They're so good. So how the hell did we go from rebounding against them as like being in a bar fight to we're not bar fighters, we're not thugs, we're not street fighters? Well, most of it came from a conversation that Dawn Staley claims happened in the national sports media and got back to her. Allegedly, someone told her that a few sports writers called the University of South Carolina women's basketball players thugs, hoodlums, and monkeys. The problem with that is that Staley didn't name names. She didn't name names. If someone really said this, then why not call them out or put the name to the accusation? Why make a statement but not divulge who said it? Right? Guys, listen. I'm just going to say what most people are afraid to say. I'm just going to say it, guys. South Carolina didn't like Iowa because they're a white team, plain and simple. Their starting five, all white. Their star player, white. Their coach is white. And they come from a state where I assume black people probably aren't even cracking the double digits in terms of the percentage that live there in that state. That's what this was, guys. Angel Reese taunted Caitlin Clark because Angel Reese doesn't like that a white woman is dominating a sport that is normally dominated by black women. Now, some might say, but Caitlin Clark did the same thing. No, she didn't. Not even close. Not even close. She was making the "you can't see me" gesture toward her bench as she was walking off the court after a timeout again against Louisville. There wasn't a cardinal in sight. There was not a cardinal in sight when Caitlin Clark did the "you can't see me" gesture. Yes, she does play with flair, but she doesn't direct it at anybody, as Caitlin describes it right here.
We got the shrug. We got, well, this is new, like right here.
You get in it?
No, I don't like to do it. I wasn't doing it to other people. I was doing it to one of our coaches. Like, I was like, not the coach. I'm not face. No, our coach. I'm not face. Right here.
That was before she even played against South Carolina in the Final Four. Angel Reese literally followed Caitlin Clark around the court. And let me bring this up. And we're going to see the difference between what Caitlin Clark did and what Angel Reese did. Let's take a look. There it is. Caitlin Clark, "you can't see me." Look, now watch. Watch Angel Reese follow Caitlin Clark around the court. This is not the same thing. This is not... Look at this. She's following her around the court. Look. Caitlin Clark does "you can't see me" to her bench. That's the end of it. Angel Reese is following Caitlin Clark around, trying to get into her face. Gentlemen, that was not the same thing. That was not the same thing. But here's why I know this was racially motivated. Angel Reese told reporters that Caitlin Clark disrespected them, the LSU Lady Tigers, by the way they guarded South Carolina. Let me repeat that. Angel Reese told reporters that she felt like Caitlin Clark disrespected them, LSU, by the way they guarded South Carolina. To paraphrase, she said that Caitlin Clark and the Lady Hawkeyes disrespected the Lady Tigers because they clogged the lane and left the South Carolina shooters wide open. Huh? Wait. I'm sorry. I beg your jargon? Are you serious with this? The way a team defends another team, not your team, as you guys can see. See, look, Caitlin Clark waves her off like, okay, South Carolina can't shoot. They're trying to crowd the lane. Guys, this is strategy. What does this have to do with disrespect? What does this have to do with disrespect at all? Sorry about that. Now, the reason they clogged the lane, or the reason why the University of South Carolina clogged the lane, Iowa clogged the lane, is because South Carolina has a major size advantage. They got a bitch who's 6'7", who's not even the best player on the team. South Carolina also has Aaliyah Boston, who is this year's likely #1 overall pick in the WNBA draft, along with the rest of their huge lineup. Iowa wasn't disrespecting LSU. They drew up a game plan that gave them a chance to win. And that plan was to leave the South Carolina shooters open so that the Iowa defenders could double and triple team the bigs of South Carolina. It had nothing to do with disrespect. Coach Bluter was trying to win, and that's exactly what they did. That flimsy excuse to justify her behavior is why I know this was racially motivated. Because I'll tell you this. If Caitlin Clark was, say, Lakeisha Clark, Angel wouldn't have done that. Angel wouldn't have done that to Lakeisha. Oh, no. The first reason is because Lakeisha probably would have whooped her ass, for one. But the second reason she wouldn't have done it is because Lakeisha would be black and not white. This is where the Fuzzy Zeller comparison comes into play. Fuzzy was flat out jealous of Tiger Woods. Here's this black kid, just out of college, taking the best golfers on the planet behind the woodshed, and now he's about to win golf's most prestigious tournament by double-digit strokes? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Zeller was drinking that haterade heavy that day. Well, Angel Reese was also drinking the same thing. You better believe it. She was flat out jealous that a white girl was getting all the praise in the sport. By the way, this year's Naismith Player of the Year, Caitlin Clark, was won by Aaliyah Boston last year. She was flat out jealous that a white girl was getting all the praise in the sport that is mostly dominated by black women. She couldn't stand it. So she took the opportunity to act like the classless dumbass she is and use this fake disrespect as an excuse to show her ass. Of course, in the press conference, she was unapologetic, saying that she's glad she could grow the game of women's college basketball. Angel, sweetheart, newsflash. You didn't grow shit. Except for maybe more entitlement next year, when you will no doubt continue to show your ass because the media is now praising you for it. Nah, boo. Nope. It was Caitlin Clark who's growing the game. I didn't tune in to watch Aaliyah Boston when Iowa played South Carolina. I already knew she was a gangster. Like I said before, she won the Naismith Award last season as the nation's top player and had arguably a better season than even last year when she won the title with South Carolina. I didn't tune in to watch Angel Reese's dominant because I already knew she was good. No, I tuned in to watch Caitlin Clark because I had never seen anything like her before. She's kind of a cross between like Stephen Curry and like Pistol Pete Maravich, in my opinion, who, incidentally enough, went to LSU. So no, Angel, you didn't grow or advance anything. All you did was further perpetuate what we already know about the typical rank-and-file black woman in America, which is that you don't like it when white people succeed in your field. Plain and simple. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kim Mulkey, LSU's head coach, probably used a little bit of racism to light a fire under her team. And guess what? I'd have done the same damn thing. Look, whatever it takes to win. Even if it's something as dumb as, let's go beat these white girls. Let's go show the world that white girls ain't got nothing on us. But Angel Reese's antics in the waning minutes of the title game didn't do any favors in terms of their overall image, and I can't say I'm a bit surprised. And that is the memo. Of course, no sound. Sorry, guys. Ken Rose with the $10 super chat. Sorry. Says never grateful or satisfied. I'm actually glad that the sound was off then because I actually accidentally said a bad word. So let me start over again. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh boy. I got away with that. Ooh, I got away with that one. Oh my God. Ooh, I got away with that one. Y'all. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, sorry about that. Sorry about that. This is awesome. Yeah, RA 12 Figure says these American black women are going to continue to hate Caitlin Clark. Stanley Frederick says, hey, Donovan, are you going to do a reaction video to the Fresh and Fit After Hours show they did on Monday? Yeah. Stanley Frederick, if you would put that in my Discord. Okay, let's see. Yep, there we go. King Life says she clearly wants to make it about race. Absolutely. JJ O'Neill says just another bitter, salty Niacel switch hitter who simply can't stand a heterosexual woman dominating. I actually said the word last time. Yes, Maine says never grateful or satisfied. Yep. Ice Dragon Kid says 7 straight losses for Angel. Yeah, like, dude. And guys, I'm here to tell you, and again, we're going to continue to get into this. Phone lines are open, guys. Phone lines are open. If you have any thoughts, 516-387-1987. I'd love to hear from you. Yeah, sorry, guys. Sorry. Yep. No sound. Sorry, guys. But again, I'm glad. I'm very, 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 very glad that I did not get caught. Okay, so what has happened since? So of course, Caitlin Clark drafted number one overall to the Indiana Fever, and the WNBA really screwed the pooch here because the schedule for the Indiana Fever guys was treacherous. I think they played something like, what was it, like 11 games in 14 days. And again, keep in mind that Caitlin Clark just a couple weeks before had just come from the NCAA title run where they lost to South Carolina. So they lose to South Carolina. The very next week, she's drafted into the WNBA. The week after that, she's playing her first game. This was bad scheduling. Now, in the beginning, Caitlin, there was an adjustment period. There was obviously an adjustment period. We knew that she wasn't going to come in and dominate. And Jared Atkinson says, hey, look, she's a lot better a lot sooner than I thought. But we all knew that there would be sort of a learning curve for the rookie. And she struggled with turnovers, but we are now we understand that the reason why Caitlin Clark led the league in turnovers is because of her best skill, which is not even three-point shooting, it's passing. Caitlin Clark's court vision is exemplary, almost Jason Kidd-like. And you could see Aaliyah Boston running the lane. She doesn't expect the pass. That's a turnover. Kelsey Mitchell, doesn't expect the pass. Caitlin Clark's passing ability is so razor sharp and 2 steps ahead of everybody that her teammates, they had to really sort of catch up with her. That's why Clark was turning over the ball so much, in part, was because her teammates weren't just ready for her. The other reason Caitlin Clark struggled with turnovers is because of the way she was being played. Guys, take a look at these fouls. There it is. There's another one by Brianna Stewart. I don't know. I think this is Kelsey Plum, whoever. Yeah, that's Kelsey. I think that's, I don't know. Who the hell knows? And then, of course, Angel Reese knocks her over. And then, of course, Kennedy Carter with the, man, dude, Kennedy Carter's was just absolutely, And look, you can see Angel Reese. This is funny. I'll actually rewind. Let me get up. I want you guys to watch Angel Reese when Caitlin Clark gets knocked over by Kennedy Carter. Watch. She knocks her over. Oh, look at that. Look at Angel Reese actively celebrating right on the top middle, actively celebrating Kennedy Carter, knocking her ass to the ground. And then, of course, Aaliyah Boston doesn't jump in. She just kind of walks over and gingerly helps her up. But you see, guys, these are clear and obvious flagrant fouls. Clear and obvious. This is also another flagrant. Just knocked her to the ground. This, again, another flagrant foul. Like, dude, look at this. And finally, enough's enough. There's Angel Reese knocking her out of the way. There's Kennedy Carter, called her a bitch, and then looked at her. Boom. There it is. The level up man actually has jumped the gun. So, Clark Report, I guess is sort of a Bleacher Report type deal, tweeted something out about a week ago. 17% of the WNBA's flagrant fouls this season have been committed against Caitlin Clark, and the Chicago Sky were responsible for 80% of the flagrants committed against Clark. How about that? Look at that. And for months and months and months, the black women of ESPN, Monica McNutt, Chinea Gwumike, Andrea Carter, Molly Karam, it's a physical game. They play everybody like this. Welcome to the W, rookie. No, Caitlin Clark she was clearly being targeted. And what made everyone so upset about this particular stat is that it was obvious that she was being targeted. These bitches are pissing on our leg and telling us it's raining. Time after time after time again. As a matter of fact, it got so crazy, even Colin Cowherd eventually had to acknowledge that she was being targeted. Take a listen. Fair use.
Clark is much better, much sooner than even her biggest fans thought.
Told you.
Outside of Asia Wilson in Las Vegas, that's fair. There are nights she's the second best player in the league. What? And it's kind of a problem because the players are struggling. Her passing, her pace, her shooting looks different than the rest of the league. But unfortunately, she has also become the most flagrantly fouled player statistically in the league and the most targeted player.
Oh, we're acknowledging it.
Now, I've seen this with men too. Bryce Harper came into baseball, and for 2 years, immature, insecure baseball players couldn't hack it and handle the fact that this young kid at 18, 19 was better, more polished, and more talented than they were. And you're seeing this here with the WNBA. But the difference is baseball's always made money and the WNBA hasn't. Now, thankfully, the league has finally put their arms around her, and Indiana, her home team, will host next year's All-Star game.
Hey.
They already announced that thing. They announced it a month ago.
There you go.
But the players could use a little self-awareness.
Could they now?
There are a lot of media members who defend women's sports at all costs, and we do think that's the right side. For years and years, people haven't given women the same opportunities and same
blah.
But it's also fair to criticize women's basketball in the WNBA and their players for this petty, insecure lack of self-awareness.
There you go.
Tiger Woods made all golfers richer. And the smart guys on the tour like Mark O'Meara figured it out about a month in. Rising tide lifts all boats. WNBA players, you're flying private.
Damn right.
Because of one player.
That's right.
The commissioner couldn't get it done. The broadcast partners couldn't get it done. But Taylor Swift in sneakers, Caitlin Clark, single-handedly got you on private jets.
Tell him.
Flights.
Tell him.
Embrace her. Understand that she's going to enrich all of you,
Thank you.
the contracts, the arenas. She is way better, way sooner than anybody realized. The league, to its credit, started off slow and has finally figured it out. But since the All-Star game, where she finally got rest, because remember, with the WNBA, once the season's over in college, you have the draft and you play. You don't get time off like guys.
And so, there was actually a comment that I just saw. Dre Raven says, I'm surprised they didn't go after Cowherd for saying that. They're not anymore. They're not anymore. And Stephen A. Smith had his I told you so and get back moment, and we'll go over that here in just a second. 516-387-1987 is the number to call if you want to give me your thoughts. Let's go to area code 561. Area code 561, you are on live with Donovan. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, hello?
Yes, sir.
It's PLG, Donovan. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Phoenix Light Games? How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How's the live stream going?
Live stream is going so far so good. Listen, it's a little early for a lot of people, but so far so good. So what's on your mind, brother? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. You have mapped out the situation quite well. It's pretty much cut and dry at this moment. How everything is going on with the WNBA and how Caitlin Clark rightfully is the face of it, and everything started. It's a fact that the WNBA started getting more tracking and started getting more notice as soon as Caitlin Clark started putting in more work and getting more notice and everything like that.
Right.
And it's such a shame because let's say Angel Reese wasn't conducting herself in this pathetic way.
Right.
She worked with Caitlin Clark. Who knows what the possibility could have happened? She could have worked with her, and who knows? A lot of high value men, especially high value black men.
Yep.
All they're doing whenever they talk about her, all they do is speak highly of her, and they can't stand it.
There you go.
Black women hate it. Black women hate it when men of value, especially black men of value, speak highly of white women. And you and I discussed this before. Caitlin Clark's equivalent in the real world is Pearl.
Yep, she sure is. She sure is.
And Angel Reese's equivalent in the world, not looks wise, but it's Brittany Renner.
Ooh, I like it. And again, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was going to continue to say, ever since Brittany Renner was last on Pearl's show, the last time she did a live panel show and everything like that. It's obvious that she's been kind of keeping tabs on Pearl, even though Pearl doesn't really give a fuck about her.
Right.
Every time Pearl gets invited on the panel and she's around all these men, all they do is speak highly of her, how she's so nice, how she conducts herself in a ladylike manner, how that she's practically wife material.
Right.
When was the last time people said that about Brittany Renner? Nobody. And
yeah, exactly. Never.
Her alive. She hates it. She hates Pearl because she hates Pearl because she wants to be her.
Right. She hates Pearl.
To be her, and yeah.
Yeah, she hates Pearl. PLG and you point this out a lot. Is that and this is probably it's probably indicative of modern women, but it's definitely pronounced when you throw race into it. And what Phoenix Light Games always says, for those of you guys who haven't heard this, is that in Phoenix Light Games, I want you to go ahead and tell me what you've told this audience many, many times about the way high value men feel about these women and how low value women feel about these women.
Oh, I'd be proud to admit it. And before I say it, I want you to clip this and send this to Pearl. Hannah Pearl Davis, you were the inspiration of my quote. I came up with it when you were on the last on the Fresh and Fit podcast.
Yes.
And I'm honored that you made me came up with this quote. So thank you, Pearl, for everything that you've done. And
absolutely.
The quote that I came up with is that women who are respected by men of value are hated by the majority of low value women.
There you go, man. And this is why most of the black women in the WNBA hate on Caitlin Clark because PLG, everyone is coming out in defense of her. Football players, dude, LeBron James came out and said Caitlin Clark is the truth. Shannon Sharp, Stephen A. Smith, like they've been screaming from the highest mountaintop in terms of defending Caitlin Clark. And like I said, we're going to get more into that in a minute. But I love how you drew the parallel between Pearl Davis and Brittany Renner. It's almost exactly the same thing.
Mm-hmm. It's just that Angel Reese is just the more physical. Brittany prefers to yell. Brittany, and Angel prefers to, conduct.
Be a ratchet.
Foul. Yeah, and be a ratchet. But yes, they're both the same person. It's just that two different entities. But yeah, they don't like it. They want to be the ones. This is why. Here's the thing: women do need validation from men.
Yes, they do.
It helps them get through the day.
Yes.
But one thing that they crave is respect from a man of value.
That's right.
Above validation.
That's exactly right.
Above validation. It's no surprise that Brittany Renner gets validation from simps all the time.
Yep.
But how many men that she respects that she sees herself having a future with? How many of them give her that same respect?
Probably none.
How many of those men give Pearl that respect?
All of them.
A lot.
All of them, yeah. Just about all of them, yeah. Absolutely.
All of them, and that is proof that women do value a man that values respect over free validation from men who have no value at all.
Right.
They only rely on the value from low value men just to get through the day, but they really do value men of values respect. And
of course,
this is why Pearl is getting so much hate, because most women that hate on Pearl, they're not in the position that she's in.
No, they're not.
She has earned the respect of those men, and they have not, and that's why they hate her.
Phoenix Light Games, as always, thank you for chiming in, my friend.
No problem. I'm always happy to contribute.
Excellent. Phoenix Light Games. Hopefully he does start that YouTube channel. But yeah, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. When a woman has the respect of high-value men, most low-value women hate on that woman. That's just how it works. And it's the same thing happening with Caitlin Clark. Panda Trucker with the $5 super chat says, I want to send you some videos. Where can I send them? You have two choices. You can either email them to me at tsr@donovansharp.com, or you can go to the Discord link, become a part of my Discord that Dr. B84 has been kind enough to post in the chat. And you can go from and you can send me your videos from there. King Life says, let's be honest, the men around Renner don't respect her. Well, yeah, 100%. King Life also says, Renner's doing this religion switch because men don't respect her. Right. Dude, she's going to keep grasping at straws, man. Listen, Brittany Renner's not really a Muslim. She's just grasping at straws. So I'm going to play you guys another video. It's called the Caitlin Clark Effect, and it discusses in depth the impact that Caitlin Clark has had. Take a look and listen.
Caitlin Clark was left off. She was left off the U.S. Olympic team. And when I first heard about it, I didn't really care. I didn't really give a shit. And the reason I didn't give a shit, because I was starting to get a little bit of Caitlin Clark fatigue. Right? We've been talking about Caitlin Clark seemingly for the last year. Right? Her run at Iowa, got to the championship game 2 years in a row, lost to LSU, then lost to South Carolina, et cetera, et cetera. Miami J says, remember the Kratom Bar? Yes, sir. Yeah. I went with Miami J to the Kratom Bar. Out there in Wynwood. Anyway, so I didn't really, there are a lot of people that were outraged about the whole Caitlin Clark situation, but I've got other stuff going on, right? And so I haven't had time to really pay attention to it. Yes, I watch ESPN and FS1 all the time, all day, every day. Even when I'm on here talking to you guys, I've got, you guys know me, like you guys have seen, I'm looking at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm looking at 7, 8 screens. Right, I've got my news, my sports. It's going on everywhere, all day, every day, right? And so so I ran across a YouTube video. Came across a YouTube video of Stephen A saying, "I stand by Caitlin Clark." I was like, oh, okay. All right. Because, of course, remember the Kennedy Carter thing from a couple weeks back, right? Those in the know, we understood, yes, the reason, yes, Caitlin Clark is being targeted. She's being targeted because she's a straight, white female from the Midwest. She is literally everything the WNBA is not. And that is the reason why the WNBA has seemingly taken off. I think a lot of people, particularly persons of color, black people, I think they tend to forget that white people are still the majority in this country. We call ourselves minority. We call ourselves minorities for a reason. Black people, we call ourselves minorities for a reason. Well, because we are the minority here in the United States. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it by looking at TV and social media, but yeah, only, dude, guys like me, black men, we make up, what, 6% of the total U.S. population? Black women make up 7%, so that leaves, what was it, 13% of the human population, right? And so it should come as no surprise that a straight white female from middle America drives the ratings. Because most people watching your product, WNBA, Kennedy Carter, Angel Reese, are white. And when white people see something that they can identify with, they're going to grab onto that. There's nothing other, this is the interesting thing. There's nothing really, how can I say this respectfully? Caitlin Clark she does one thing very well, and she does the other thing almost as well. We all know she can shoot the three. Like, the bitch has NBA range. It's crazy. Logo threes were invented. Well, the term logo three really invented by Caitlin Clark and her exploits. But Caitlin Clark is actually a very, very good passer. She's almost as good a passer as she is a shooter. And so that's what makes her dynamic in the offense. That's what makes her really, once she gets it figured out, she'll be as unstoppable in the WNBA as she is Iowa. Maybe. So we all saw, so the point is I think a lot of black people who are defending the bullying, the initiation, the Chinea Gwumike's, the Andrea Carters, who else is a part of that? The Monica McNutts. What they seem to forget is they're in their defense of the WNBA's decision, or the National Basketball, to leave her off of Team USA. They tend to forget that most people who watch the WNBA don't look like her. Most people who watch the WNBA, rather, don't look like Monica McNutt, Chinea Gwumike, Andrea Carter. Most people that watch the WNBA are white. Of course, they are white. And black people have forgotten that we are the minority. That's why they don't, quote, feel like it's fair that this white girl is coming in stealing all the shine. Now, to anyone who disagrees, and listen, man, if you have a different opinion, I don't care. If you have a different opinion of this, that's fine. I'm not gonna, as long as your opinion is genuine. As long as your opinion is genuine. Now, I've heard all of the arguments from all of the pundits about why it was the right thing for Caitlin Clark to be left off the USA basketball team. One excuse I heard, well, they picked the 12 best players. You're not going to tell me that 42-year-old Diana Taurasi is one of the 12 best female players in the world. Not going to do it. You're not going to do it. I'm sorry. You're not going to do it. If this really is about meritocracy, according to them, if it really is about them, then Diana Taurasi would not be on that team. Right? But then Stephen A. Smith made a very, very good point about this. He made a very good point about this. And it's interesting. I didn't realize that Stephen A. was on board until this past Monday, when him and Shannon Sharp went toe-to-toe with all of the ladies over the whole Kennedy Clark situation. Like, we know what's up. We know exactly what's up. right? The media is telling us one thing. There's nothing to worry about. You guys are getting it wrong. And it's so that I think that's what really has people really heated about this. That's what people are really getting heated about, because the media is treating us like we're stupid. They're pissing on our leg and telling us it's raining. They're telling us that Caitlin Clark is not being targeted. This is initiation. Everybody went through this. Candace Parker went through this. No. You bitter black bitches are going after the golden goose. And if you guys aren't careful, you guys are going to fuck around and end up on Greyhound. Because I got news for you. Caitlin Clark doesn't have to play WNBA basketball. She doesn't have to play. The league needs her more than she needs the league. Please believe. Please believe. She came into the league and talked about the lack of charter planes. 5 minutes later, now they're on charter planes. Right? Now there are 2 WNBA franchises. Charter planes, 2 new WNBA franchises. All of a sudden, I'm seeing Asia Wilson and Sabrina Ionescu and whoever the hell, and Sue Bird, who's as old as dirt, on commercials. All of a sudden, the Caitlin Clark, I'm seeing Kelsey Plum on State Farm commercials. I'm seeing girls all over the place getting all that money. That is because of one person and one person only, and that is Caitlin Clark. And these bitter black bitches can't stand it. They can't stand it. They can't stand it. So what this tells me, this selection, and I'm going to put the women's Olympic team. Let's just go through this women's Olympic roster. So the first excuse is she's not deserving. She doesn't have merit. Well, maybe you're right. But let's go back to that first. She's not one of the 12 best players. Do you guys remember the 1992 Dream Team? Let me pull up the 1992 Dream Team. Just give me a second. Because I know a lot of you young bucks are probably not aware of the Dream Team. You guys are probably not aware. You guys probably have surface level knowledge of the Dream Team. I'm just going to try to Dream Team roster. Here we go. All right, we got images now. Okay, very good. Excellent. All right, let me bring this over here. So she is not one of the 12 best players. So let's take a look at this. So this is the 1992 Dream Team. This is actually incorrect, guys. This is actually incorrect because I'm looking at the Dream Team. Isaiah Thomas was not on the Dream Team. Isaiah Thomas was not on the Dream Team, my friend. And you want to know why? And listen, I know he wasn't on the Dream Team because that was the only way. Leaving Isaiah Thomas off of the Dream Team was the only way to make John Stockton feel comfortable and to get Jordan's cooperation. Michael Jordan hated Isaiah Thomas. So this picture is already false, number one. Number two, Shaquille O'Neal was not on the Dream Team. Shaquille O'Neal was not on the Dream Team. The 2 people missing, and guys, I just pulled this up. My basketball knowledge is awesome. Guess what? The 2 people missing on this incorrect poster are one Chris Mullin and Christian Laettner. What the hell is this? Come on, man. Really? Thank you. God damn, man. Right? So let's go back to that best player argument. Larry Bird was not one of the 12 best players in the world at that time. Larry Bird was at the end of his career. He had back problems. But guess what? They put him on the Dream Team anyway. You want to know why? Because of business. Because Larry Bird is marketable. Here's another guy they put on the Dream Team that probably wasn't a top 12 player. Chris Mullin. Chris Mullin was not one of the 12 best players in the NBA at that time. He absolutely was not. So, and here's the thing, guys. Team USA got it right with the Dream Team. Team USA got it right with the Dream Team. Because if you guys remember, we were winning all the games by like 30. We were winning all the games by like 30 and 40 points. Winning all the games by like 30 and 40 points. Here's another excuse. Here's another excuse that these bitter black bitches are using as an excuse to snub Caitlin Clark. Molly Karam, I think, and Andrea Carter used the excuse, well, it's not Team USA's job to get ratings, because that was Stephen A's argument. Stephen A's argument was like, look, man, she might not be one of the 12 best players in the world, but the 1992 Dream Team didn't have the 12 best players in the world, but they approved that team anyway. But then Stephen A said, but the reason why we know that wasn't the 12 best players in the world is because of marketing. We wanted to market. That's why we had Larry Bird on the team. That's why we had John Stockton on the team. That's why we had Christian Laettner on the team. If no John Stockton, no Larry Bird, no Christian Laettner on that team, guess what? We might not have Luka Doncic. We might not have Nikola Jokic. We might not have Manu Ginobili. We might not have had, regrettably, Darko Milicic, Victor Wembanyama. Guys, the NBA is littered. The NBA is littered with European stars because of the 1992 Barcelona games. You'll see so many players. Hedo Turkoglu, Tony Kukoc, Arvydas Sabonis, his son Domantas Sabonis. All of these foreign players so many of these foreign players will be like, yeah, man, I was living in Spain and, I saw Michael Jordan and Larry Bird and Charles Barkley dunking all everybody. That's when I decided I wanted to play basketball. That's when I decided I wanted to play basketball. And so for Molly Qerim and Andrea Carter to disingenuously say, well, it's not United States basketball. They kept drawing parallels. They said United States basketball is different from the WNBA. Okay, that's very true. But you mean to tell me that David Stern didn't have any say in the 92 Dream Team? Okay, so USA basketball and the NBA are two different entities, just like the WNBA and female basketball. But we all know that David Stern had his fingers all over this team. David Stern was the former commissioner, God rest his soul. He was the commissioner before Adam Silver. Adam Silver was the deputy commissioner before he took the job. But we all know David Stern had his fingerprints all over this team. So for Andrea Carter and Molly Qerim to act like ratings don't matter, that's disingenuous, because here's another thing. NBC is paying between $7 and $8 billion for the Olympics. You don't think they're worried about the ratings? You don't think they're worried about people watching? $7 to $8 billion with a B. But Andrea Carter and Molly Qerim want to say, well, it's not their job to worry about the ratings. It's NBC's job to worry about the ratings. It's absolutely NBC's job to worry about the ratings. We all know this, guys. Like I said, they're pissing on our leg. They're pissing on our leg and telling us it's raining. And people have had enough. People have had enough. So all of a sudden now it's not the marketing responsibility. Well, take a look at your screen, guys. Take a look at your screen. This is absolutely about marketing and politics. And then, of course, now she's been named a reserve. She's been named a reserve on the team. You want to know why she's been named as a reserve on the team? Because the WNBA knows that the future of the WNBA, in large part, depends upon Caitlin Clark. And if you're going to leave your biggest star, whether she is the best player or not, off of your roster, you are missing out on an opportunity. Yes, yes, and Apollo also makes a very good point. Let's talk about some of the players. Let's talk about some of the players that were actually on this squad. 12 best players. Meritocracy, huh? Like I said, Larry Bird, end of his career, back issues, back surgeries. Charles Barkley, same thing, end of his career. I think he played for the Phoenix Suns afterwards. He was at the end of his career. And then there was Magic Johnson, who was HIV positive, still made the team. So you mean to tell me that they're going to let a man who's almost in his 40s, and Larry Bird, bad back, wasn't athletic in the first place, at the end of his career, maybe giving you 10 minutes a game. A Charles Barkley at the end of his career, You leave off Isaiah Thomas, and oh, by the way, the guy with the biggest smile has HIV. But this ain't about ratings. This is all about meritocracy, right? No. David Stern knew exactly what he was doing when he put this team together. And it worked. And the reason why we know it worked is because now we have an influx of European players. These these European players are not dominating the league without the exposure that Team USA, the Dream Team, gave to them back in the early 90s, the Barcelona games. Paris could be the WNBA's Barcelona, gentlemen. It could be. But because of the pettiness, because of the bitchiness, because of the jealousy, because she's a fucking white girl, because she's not a scissor kicker, because she's white, she's not a scissor kicker, she has a boyfriend. It is, guys, it is so obvious what is being done to Caitlin Clark. And the fact that they continuously tell us it's not that. They keep coming up with all of these arguments as to why what we're seeing is not really what they're seeing. So Caitlin Clark being frozen out of the WNBA, or frozen out of the USA basketball team, what this shows me, this tells me this is the reason why we can't have female leadership. This is why we can't have female leadership, guys. The 5 women, one of which included Dawn Staley, there were 5 women that made this decision. Of course they're going to leave Caitlin Clark off because women are governed by their emotions. Men were governed by the facts. And if the WNBA doesn't hire a man to get women's basketball, WNBA, USA basketball, I don't give a fuck. They need a man in charge of that whole entity because the women right now are fucking pissing it away. So much so that even though there's been the Caitlin Clark influx, the WNBA still stands to lose 50, count them, $50 million. A lot of you guys have called it the welfare league. That's exactly what it is. The WNBA has not been profitable for 27 years. This is year 28. And they're about to be not profitable again, even with Caitlin Clark. Yet they still want to shit on Caitlin Clark. Then we got dumb bitches like Angel Reese out here talking about, well, people watch because of me too. No, Angel. The only reason why we know who you are is because you were the first ratchet to troll Caitlin Clark on the court. That's the only reason why. Angel Reese, you ain't special. You can't shoot like Caitlin. People don't follow you like Caitlin. You're a ratchet. You're a hair hat wearing, Mr. Snuffleupagus eyelash wearing thought. Just like all the rest of them. Let's just call a spade, y'all. Let's just call a spade a fucking spade. A disproportionate amount of women in the WNBA are just fucking ratchet. You saw Kennedy Carter, what she looked like? Looked like a goddamn man. Looked like a goddamn man. The coach for the Minnesota Lynx has been a Caitlin Clark hater forever. Literally walks like a scissor kicker. She is. We are all about scissor kicker culture. Blah 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 blah. They're going to keep this up. They're going to keep this up until they're not going to have viewership anymore. People are only going to tolerate this for so long. We want to see Caitlin Clark. We want to see different. We wanted to see Tiger because he was different. We wanted to see Jeremy Lin because he was different. We wanted to see the Williams sisters because they were different. We want to see Caitlin Clark because she is both different and great. She is spectacular. We have never seen another woman shoot like she shoots. They don't call her the Stephen Curry of the WNBA, of women's college basketball, for nothing. And it's interesting. You guys remember the All-Star game where they had the Stephen Curry versus Sabrina Ionescu three-point competition? We all knew that we all wanted to see Caitlin Clark. Everybody knew that Caitlin Clark was really supposed to be there. Caitlin Clark was supposed to be there. It might have had something to do with college and pro, whatever the case may be. And don't get it twisted. Sabrina Ionescu absolutely looks better than Caitlin Clark. But guys, Caitlin Clark is the golden goose, guys. She is the golden goose. And the bottom line here, and I'll wrap it up with this. The bottom line here, gentlemen, the reason why the WNBA is rising in popularity is because this is one of the first times in history, during this league's history, that an identifiable, relatable player who is actually really good making a splash. Caitlin Clark, she's not my type, but she's attractive. A lot of you guys will say, well, she's not attractive. Listen, guys, I'm not going to compare Caitlin Clark to filters. Anybody who says Caitlin Clark is unattractive, you're addicted to filters. I'm not saying she's the most beautiful woman in the world. Please believe. Cameron Brink, her 6'4" ass could absolutely fucking get it. Haley Van Lith, oh my God, I would do bad things to her. Sabrina Ionescu, also very attractive. Caitlin Clark, not so much, but she ain't ugly. She ain't ugly. She has a high-value boyfriend who works for the Indiana Pacers. That guy makes 6 figures or 7 figures. We'll see how hypergamy bears out there. But Caitlin Clark is everything the WNBA is not. And that's the reason why the WNBA is rising in popularity. All of a sudden, now you have white people who want to watch. What, there's a white star who doesn't wear, whose face isn't caked with makeup, who isn't dragging 15 pounds of pink or blue extensions on the floor, whose fucking eyelashes don't have a chance to perforate the basketball. Wait a minute, and she's from Iowa, and she's humble, and she's well-spoken, and she's a sweetheart. Where do I sign up? Where do I sign up? Linnell Turner in the chat proving that he doesn't really look at white people that much. He says Sabrina and Caitlin kind of look alike. No, they don't. Sabrina Ionescu and Caitlin Clark are two very, 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 very different people in terms of skill set and look. Sabrina Ionescu looks way better than Caitlin Clark. I'd smash them both, but Sabrina looks better and different than Caitlin. The point is, guys, the WNBA is going to go through what ESPN has over the last 10 to 12 years, but it's going to happen much quicker. You see, ESPN's ratings have tanked because they have insulted their audience. People like Michelle Beadle, Jamel Hill, all of their commercials, their advertising, the whole Gillette campaign. Woman up, says L. Duncan. Carrie Champion's no longer with the company. Feminism ran ESPN into the ground. Now, ESPN is still around because they have men in charge. That's the difference. ESPN has men running it. That's why they're still here. And whatever genius came up with ESPN Bet, I say give them a raise because I believe that ESPN Bet is single-handedly saving ESPN financially. Of that I am certain. But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, y'all. I'll tell you what, man. If they continue with all of these hard fouls, leaving her off of teams, leaving her out of groups, disingenuously naming other players for awards that she clearly won, they couldn't take Rookie of the Month away from her, could they? But if she continues to get beat up, we had another bitch tweet something out about her. Dude, Caitlin Clark, I'm telling you, man, there's only so much one can take. And if these bitches keep fucking around with their golden goose, like I said, their asses will end up back on the Greyhound bus. Mike Hawk. So that was my take. That was another take on the whole Caitlin Clark situation. Oh, we have more. We absolutely have more. In just a few moments, I'm going to play you guys the audio on First Take that Molly Karam, Stephen A., Monica McNutt, and Shannon Sharp. Very, very good discussion. Good, bad, however you want to see it. Brahman, talking about the 92 Dream Team, says the average margin of victory was 58 points. Damn, I did not know that. Good Lord. Shade says, we want star power representing us. The name is more important than the current talent level. Mr. King 6-pounder says, all we have to do is buy Venezuelan oil. It'll significantly lower the price and lead to way less migration. Not really sure what that has to do with anything. Jabroni Z says, Barkley was in his prime in 1992. Says Barkley was in his prime in 1992. He didn't retire till 2008. You might be right. Because he played his best years here in Philly or out in Philly. Still think I'm in Philly. Dre Raven says, not going to lie, I think Caitlin Clark, is attractive, a little tall for me. Or rather, I'm a little short for her, but she is attractive enough to me. Black Lemur 2009 says Molly needs to go next. I'm going to tell you what, man. Molly is really, 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 really good at her job, but she is becoming so increasingly annoying. When the men are debating, you guys can hear it on First Take. When it's Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. or whoever they have on, and they get into like this, Ryan Clark, and they get, Swagoo, Marcus Spears, Harry Douglas, Bart Scott. Dan Orlovsky, when they start really getting into the heat of the debate, Molly, for whatever reason, just like, she likes to interject too goddamn much. Like, Molly, no one is tuning in to listen to you. People are tuning in to watch you, not listen to you. It's just like every time, like somebody's making a good point. Yeah, but you said, Molly, do us all a favor and shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. You are paid to look good and direct the show, not interject. Nobody gives a fuck about your opinion.
We don't care.
Tell her again, Stephen A.
We don't care.
We don't give a fuck about your opinion, Molly. You look good and you're good at steering the ship. Stick with that. Yeah, Black Lemur 2009 says, funny thing is nobody watched the women's USA team. Yeah, well, of course. Jamal says, Sabrina looks rough in her jersey, but outside not bad. Same with Caitlin, so I would agree. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Ben Toller says, Donovan, how do you feel about these Hawkeye athletes? Cooper DeJean takes the field for your Eagles. Yeah, I mean, listen, Iowa tight ends are all over the league. They're all over the league. RT the Brand says Caitlin Clark is league MVP. No. No. She's in the running for league MVP, but listen, let's go ahead and get Hold on. Let's get one thing straight. Let's get one thing. Let's get one thing right here. And hang on a second, because I need to change this camera angle. Because we need to establish something here, like quick, fast, and in a hurry. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Let's go ahead. There we are. Now I'm centered. Let's just go ahead and get this out of the way while we're talking about the Caitlin Clark situation. Caitlin Clark is not the most valuable player. Okay? She's not. The most valuable player in the league is A'ja Wilson. Straight up. Like, A'ja Wilson, dude, she's averaging almost 30 points a game. A'ja Wilson is the best female basketball player in the world. Caitlin Clark is probably a close second, maybe third. But A'ja Wilson is the MVP. A'ja Wilson. Listen, Caitlin Clark will get MVP votes. A'ja Wilson's the MVP. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. Jamal says, I thought Molly just came around. No, she's been there. She's been there for a while. She's been there for quite a while. Joe Free says Caitlin Clark is the GOAT right now. No, not quite, but she is certainly on her way to being it. Right? Listen, Caitlin Clark is a future Hall of Famer. Like, we get it. And, she has potential to be the GOAT, but let's not engage in hyperbole. She's one of the best players in the league, and before long she will be the best player in the league. She's not there yet. She's not there yet. Kevin B says Clark would have to average 15 assists per game if her teammates can make easy bucket. Yeah, or would have. Yeah, that's why Caitlin Clark struggled with turnovers, because her teammates, they weren't ready for her passes. They weren't ready for her passes. All right, so let us continue. Stanley Frederick asks, hey, Donovan, what caused the Giants to have a fallout with Saquon Barkley? What's led him to go to the Eagles? Well, that's easy. They gave Daniel Jones 4 years, $160 million when Daniel Jones is a garbage quarterback. That's why. Daniel Jones, not a good quarterback. Listen, I'm sure he's better than he's shown because of the bad offensive line. But the fact that the Giants gave Daniel Jones his money when he clearly had not lived up to his contract, when it was clear Saquon Barkley had outperformed his contract, that's what caused the fallout. You can blame that on Joe Shane and the Mara family, John Mara, Wellington Mara, the Mara family. You can blame that on those guys. Okay, so the next clip I am going to play is a discussion between Molly Karam, Stephen A. Smith, Monica McNutt, and Shannon Sharp. Take a look and listen.
Don't do this. This is unacceptable. But in general, this is still competition.
That's my biggest mistake. You're right.
Shannon ain't gonna say
I
it.
look at other people as I see myself.
Shannon ain't. Oh my God.
Go ahead,
Shannon ain't gonna say it, but Shannon ain't gonna say it, but I'm gonna say it. The word is resentment, and I'm talking about what I feel about this whole conversation. Nobody said all. Nobody painted the WNBA with a broad brush. We're talking about a young lady that has come into the sport and is contributing to the financial backbone of the WNBA and simply imploring everybody to see the big picture and how it serves to benefit the whole. And because we brought that up, it's turned into a conversation with resentment, jealousy, whatever. I'm saying, the resentment is legit, but it's also justified if you've been in the league busting your tail to help uplift it, and then somebody comes along and before they play one game, you're labeling them the savior. A lot of people, a bunch of men would feel resentment towards that too. But we bring it up here, and all of a sudden we got to safeguard and couch every little syllable when we're talking about competition, and we're talking about the league, and we're talking about revenue and money and how everybody wants to get paid. What's the maximum salary in the WNBA? M&M, isn't that like 241,000 or something like that? Yeah, it's like 250. 250, right?
Yeah.
$250,000. These girls are stars. They're doing commercials now. They're gonna be making dollars upon dollars on Madison Avenue, and they deserve it. We're talking about them maximizing their great potential. And because we bring that up and talk about what potentially might get in their way, which we do to men all the time, now we got to sit up here and watch every syllable. I resent that, and I'll leave it at that. All right, so let me. I know we gotta go to break. Welcome to the world of being a woman, Stephen A., and how you have to dance about your word choice and you have to please everybody and anybody as you navigate your being. We are talking about the world's greatest
How about being a black man?
Oops.
Okay,
Hold on 1 second. So this is what I'm saying to y'all though, and I know we gotta go to break. And we didn't necessarily go there, maybe we should. There are so many layers in this conversation around the way that it's being discussed. No. And yes, I know y'all are gonna say and Stephen A., I know you just shared that you have talked about the WNBA on your program too. You guys may not have said everybody, but the prevailing sentiment for folks that are just joining the WNBA and following women's sports is unfair to the women of this league, to your point, who have laid the groundwork for Caitlin Clark to come in and now take it to the next level. That's all I'm saying in these conversations. Kennedy Carter's behavior is not indicative of the entire league. We are still talking about competition where you are allowed to get a little extra elbow in if you are competing and you do it within the parameters of the game. The game is physical. Caitlin is helping to grow the league. These women understand that, but she cannot be babied as a rookie. That's all I'm at.
All right.
Who talks about the WNBA? Who talks about women? Who talks about women's sports more than First Take? Stephen A., respectfully, with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Wow. All right, we gotta go. You guys.
So did you know you're my guy, but who does more for than Stephen A., I'm talking to you. Wow. Don't do that. I'm talking to you about the power that you have. Okay. I'm talking to you. Okay.
All right, let's
you my guy, but I'm talking to you.
Guys, I really appreciate
my girl, but you missed a lot of episodes of First Take. You missed a lot. Stephen A., 3 years ago, you were not talking about the W at this level. Don't do that.
Nobody was, Monica. You making Stephen A. point, Monica. You making Stephen A. point.
Let me do my job. Please let me do my job. We've gone for 40 minutes straight. It was a riveting discussion. I have to get into commercial break.
So notice that Molly allowed Monica to finish her point. But then as soon as it became clear that the conversation was headed in the other direction, guys, let me do my job. The producers are blah, blah, blah. Now, listen. I'm sure Molly was up against it, right? She did say it was a 40-minute conversation, and I believe her. But I just thought the timing of her interruption was very, very interesting. I really don't care on the Rumble side. Says that's what it's like being a woman, having to walk on eggshells. But women run their mouths and talk most of the shit. Yeah, see, again, they're playing that woman card. RT the Brand says it was interesting. I think they had to sacrifice Molly so it wouldn't look like white versus black issue. They haven't sacrificed Molly. She's still there. He also says they could have played the victim card if they didn't include Molly into it. Okay, now that's true. RT the Brand says, nah, I like Molly more than... Dude, Carrie Champion is insufferable. RT the Brand says, I also think Joy was the best moderator. Are you talking about Joy Taylor? Because Joy Taylor, she's actually still on Speak. She's actually still on. She's still on Speak, but just like you said, RT the Brand, she's starting to get a big head too. Like she's really starting to get out of pocket. Yes, the older sister of Jason Taylor. So to push the story along, and again, if you guys have questions, comments, etc., 516-387-1987 to push the story along. Caitlin Clark is bawling out of her mind. She got the 1 month off for the Olympic break. And again, remember, guys, she was left off. She was on the WNBA. Was she on the WNBA? I think she was on the WNBA All-Star team. Yeah, she was on the WNBA All-Star team, right? And her and Angel Reese played on the same team, and they gave each other 5 and all that. Caitlin Clark did not compete in the 3-point shooting contest. The reason why was because she said she was tired. Again, like I pointed out earlier. She played a long college basketball season, then went to the Final Four, went to the championship game twice, gets drafted into the WNBA 15 minutes later. 15 minutes after that, she's on the court. So she's tired. And again, if we're being honest about the Olympic team, Caitlin Clark was actually okay with being left off the Olympic team. She's like, guys, I need a rest. I've been playing basketball nonstop. I'm burned out, etc. Great. Awesome. Totally get it. That rest has paid off because now the Indiana Fever, I believe, are 7-1 since that break. Caitlin Clark is second in the WNBA in scoring at 24.6 points a game, and she's averaging damn near double-digit assists. And a couple nights ago, I think it might have been last night, had a triple-double. She is absolutely lighting it up. She's killing them. And Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp got their get back. Take a look and listen.
No question about it, but she can ball. Make no mistake about it. You understand? She's doing some things. She's doing her thing. Major props. But I must say, Shay, I'm disappointed in you.
Uh-oh.
And Molly, I'm disappointed in you. Because we've been this first. What happened? The kind of heat that me and Shannon have had to take. Molly, what's up? You understand? Because here's where I'm at, Molly. Where all the ladies at? What did I say? Who's the bad guy, Shay? It's me. We were the bad guys, Shay. Me and you. We were talking about this girl, Caitlin Clark. Oh, let me throw this out. By the way,
anybody didn't think it was going to be.
No, stop it, Molly.
Not play.
Stop it, Molly.
We felt that other players in the W deserve shine as well.
Oh, stop.
Molly. I said,
really, Molly?
Wow. They jumped on us. They jumped on us, Molly. They jumped on us as a show. When we talk about it. Caitlin Clark, all the ladies out there. I love them. Monica, Andrea, Janae, all of you.
Call them all out.
I'm looking for everybody, okay? I ain't going to look for Sheryl Swoop. She got issues right now. I understand.
Yeah.
When people getting on that.
Real talk.
We'll talk about that another day. But here's where we going to stay on Caitlin Clark for a second here, okay? There is no question. The race for Rookie of the Year is over.
It's over.
After what they did to
it's a wrap.
After they won their 4th straight, after they're over 500, they were just 500 the other day for the first time in 2 years when they were 2-2. They doing their thing. And Caitlin Clark, last 12 games, 23.4 points or 47% shooting, second leading scorer in the entire WNBA.
Let him know something, Stephen A.
The monster that is Asia Wilson, who's going to be league MVP. And
Asia's the truth.
The reigning 2-time champion, who probably is going to 3-peat in my estimation.
Yes, she will.
She is just something special. Best player in the world as far as I'm concerned, okay? We got that going on. 10.6 assists for Caitlin Clark. Leads the league. She's the league assist leader, okay? 9-3 since July 6th. 3rd best record in the WNBA over this time behind Minnesota and the New York Liberty. And I already added that they won 4 straight. And they're in the 6th seed, just 2.5 games out of the 5th seed. Caitlin Clark has been flat out balling. And she has elevated her level of play to a point There is no debate. I understand Angel Reese has been doing a thing with the double-doubles, like 24 straight double-doubles and all this. Major props to her, and she deserves, she's going to be number 2. But Caitlin Clark going to win Rookie of the Year.
Damn right.
Caitlin Clark is in the conversation. She ain't going to win it because Asia Wilson is.
Don't do it, Stephen A.
Clark is in the conversation for League MVP.
Oh, you done fucked up now, Stephen A. You done fucked up now.
League MVP as a rookie. So when I talked about her Team USA, and I talked about what she was bringing to the table, and I talked about her marketability and how she's selling out everywhere she goes and the whole bit, where everybody at now? Have you seen the Shay? I mean, I can't. I haven't.
It's
seen
crickets.
It's
crickets, nigga.
I haven't seen them. Because we damn sure took a lot of heat.
Damn right.
Talking about what this girl gonna bring to the table. Now it's crickets.
No
Real
one
shit.
denied the fact that she's a star and she couldn't play. It was just
Molly.
that it takes
Y'all were denying it, Molly.
Molly.
And there's
Don't do that, Molly.
Molly, come on now.
What are you saying? People didn't
Don't
think
do
that
that.
Caitlin Clark was talented?
What I'm saying is that a lot of you came up here, and because Caitlin Clark was getting shine, you guys were saying, don't give Caitlin Clark shine because there were women that was before her that don't get shine. So no, I'm not gonna let you do it, Stephen A.
Yeah, there were a
but
lot
I'm
of
not gonna
people
let
that
you do
laid
it.
the groundwork that deserve shine as well.
Oh, there we go.
Here's what we're gonna do.
Are they playing now?
Here's
Are
what
we
we're
playing?
gonna
Are
do.
they playing now?
We don't
We
have.
know
We
what
don't
Cynthia
have.
Cooper did.
We don't have Monica. We don't have Andrea.
Remember, you got
we
a
don't
slight
have
delay,
any of the
Shannon.
women today.
Remember, you
They'll
got a
come
slight
back
delay.
on. We'll revisit this conversation.
Yeah, this conversation's over,
But
Molly.
We gotta switch over to
Yeah, so there you see, Stephen A is pointing out the obvious. And it is, and I think it's actually kind of funny. Where is Monica McNutt? Where is Chiney Agwu-McKay? Where you at, Andrea Carter? Where y'all at all of a sudden? When Caitlin Clark is getting fouled and beat up, when Caitlin Clark is getting fouled and beat up and getting her ass beat on the court, damn near getting concussions. Oh yeah, they were all in our faces. Oh yeah, this is totally normal. Welcome to the WNBA. This is just rookie initiation. This is just hard play. There's no vendetta against Caitlin Clark. Look at these fouls. Kennedy Carter, Angel Reese. Look, boom, and then look at Angel Reese jump up and celebrate. No. There's no agenda. No, they respect her. No, sorry, no. 17% of the WNBA's flagrant fouls this season have been committed against Caitlin Clark, and the Chicago Sky are responsible for 80% of those flagrant fouls committed against Caitlin Clark. Come on, man. Come on. Like at this point, I think that's what Stephen A was trying to let everyone know. Look, y'all were pissing on our legs and telling us it was raining. That ain't the case. Caitlin Clark is absolutely bawling out of her mind, and you bitches can't stand it. And it's funny how Molly was just sort of sitting there on an island. Well, no. Of course, Molly had to stick with the sisterhood uber Alice. She can't be seen going against the narrative, lest she piss off her sisterin, Monica, Andrea, and Chiney. And I like Monica McNutt. I like Chiney Agwu-McKay. And I like Andrea Carter. Andrea Carter looks, oh my God, Andrea Carter, that's a bad bitch. She looks real good. Too bad she's a switch hitter, but my God, she is fucking gorgeous. Whew, she's fucking gorgeous. But she's gorgeously wrong. She's gorgeously wrong. Apollo on the Rumble side said the Sky were more worried about fouling Clark than winning games. Yeah, that's why they're like 1-17 against Caitlin Clark and the Fever. So Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp getting their get back. We told you where y'all at now. It's crickets. Where you at, Chiney? Where you at, Monica? Caitlin is balling out of control. And guys, like Stephen A. said, Rookie of the Year, that's over. There is no debate. Angel Reese will finish second in Rookie of the Year. And look, man, I mean, listen, Angel Reese is basically Dennis Rodman. She's the Dennis Rodman of the WNBA, right? She doesn't shoot particularly well. The bitch can rebound. Look, man, look. Say whatever you want about, listen, I'm not an Angel Reese fan. I think she's ratchet. I think she's contradictory. I think she's just the typical American black woman. But I'm not going to sit here and say she can't ball. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, that I wouldn't want her on my WNBA All-Star team. Yeah. Dude, she crashes the board. Like, the bitch is 6'3", 6'4". She crashes the boards. Like, dude, sign the bitch up. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that Angel Reese can't ball, but Caitlin Clark is better. And the debate is over. It's over. The Rookie of the Year is over. A'ja Wilson is going to win the WNBA MVP probably for the next 2, maybe. She's going to win it this year. She'll probably win it the year after. But I'm telling you, Caitlin Clark is coming. She is absolutely coming. And I'm going to tell you something. It'll be very interesting. The first time it's obvious to everyone that Caitlin Clark is the MVP, but she doesn't get voted MVP. Right? I would love to see that. 516-387-1987, 516-387-1987. I think this is Jay Blaze on the line. Jay Blaze, what's up, brother?
This is Jay Blaze.
All right, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Are we going to see a situation where Caitlin Clark's the clear winner like the guy from the Nuggets was?
Yes.
Then you had that idiot just go on, Joel Embiid. And so they gave it to Joel Embiid.
Yes, they did.
Instead of
Nikola Jokic.
Jokic. Yeah. Jokic. Dude, Caitlin Clark is so much better. And it's going to be very interesting for Angel Reese. We're going to see if she really cares about this, because you give her like a little layup. Like, she's terrible from 5 feet out.
Oh, okay.
Have you noticed that?
No, because I don't watch Angel Reese unless she's playing Caitlin Clark, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't watch her either, but dude, she from 5 feet out, she is horrible. And so that's why she gets all these 20 rebound games. She's getting her own rebounds.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you're saying that her stats are padded by the fact that she misses a lot of up close shots, but then she gets her own rebounds. Eesh. Oh boy.
Yeah. So it's going to be very interesting. Like, we saw this with Ben Simmons, where he never improved at all because he got
You're going in on my teams, Jay Blaze, but you're right. You're right.
He got to that point, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm in the NBA. I'm getting with all these women. I have the money. I don't care." And so we never saw him get better. Like, he never developed like a mid-range jumper or anything, and he just stayed stagnant. And you're going, what is wrong with you, Ben? Come on.
Yeah.
And
Jesus.
So that's what's going to be Angel Reese, like, because she's not the best rookie on her own team. Like, because she has high profile, they're trying to stat pad her to ruin Caitlin Clark's Rookie of the Year chances.
And Jay Blaze, let me just interrupt you here quickly. This is why we know. This is why this is how I can prove to you guys. I don't even watch Caitlin Clark games anymore. I pretty much see the highlights. I try to watch her when I can, but guys, nobody watches. Like, dude, it's so funny, Jay Blaze. ESPN, and like, they try so hard to say, yeah, Caitlin's good and Angel. No. Caitlin and Angel, two very different players in two very different leagues. And I didn't realize the fact that Angel was getting a lot of her own rebounds. And I wouldn't be surprised if she were missing shots on purpose to try to get her own rebounds. Listen, all that said, stats are stats. I'm not going to take that away from her. But this just goes to show that nobody watches the WNBA unless Caitlin Clark is on, because only people who are actually paying attention to games outside of the Indiana Fever games know and understand, unlike me, that most of Angel Reese's rebounds are coming from her own missed shots. Incredible.
Yeah, crazy.
Jay Blaze, thanks for calling in, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Jay Blaze in Maine, a longtime supporter of mine, 1/3 of the Chop Block Sports Talk. Oh, but guys, we're not done yet. Now we need to talk about who we really came to talk about today. And that is one Sheryl Swoopes. Listen, guys, Sheryl Swoopes has been not even a low-key Caitlin Clark hater forever. This woman is now flat out, like, she is flat out exposing herself as a bitter, jealous Caitlin Clark hater. Stanley Frederick says, hey, Donovan, do you think Taylor Rooks is the hottest female on sports TV? She's hot, but I wouldn't make her the hottest. Boy, Stanley Frederick is very good at asking questions that are off topic. I appreciate that, Stanley. But the Taylor Rooks is up there, but I'm sure that there's somebody out there who is hotter than her. My mind's not on that right now. Appreciate the question. So the first time we ever really got a glimpse of Sheryl Swoopes and her disdain for Caitlin Clark was the very first time we saw her on the Gilbert Arenas podcast. Take a look and listen.
This isn't just for Caitlin, but you asked me about Caitlin. If you're going to break a record, to me, if it's legitimate, you have to break that record in the same amount of time that player set it.
Okay.
Right? So if Kelsey Plum set that record in 4 years, well, Caitlin should have broke that record in 4 years. But because there's a COVID year and then there's another year, you know what I mean? So she's already had an extra year to break that record. So is it truly a broken record? Yeah, that'll go in the record books as Caitlin Clark is the all-time, whatever it is. I don't even know what the number is, but that's the way it'll be. And I don't think it should be.
And the sad part is that record would never be broke because
there'll never be another COVID year.
COVID year.
Not,
there's
right?
never going to be probably another 5 or 6 years you can play in college sports, right? And that's the thing about it, right? Like it should be a whole separate entity.
Yeah, and it's not to take anything away from what she's done, but if you're talking about breaking records, then if this player did it in this amount of time, then you should do it in that same amount of time. So that's my thought on that. Caitlin Clark right now probably takes about 40 shots a game.
Carry on.
I know you like that.
Yeah.
Also talk about how much more experience that gives you over other players coming in, right? So people say, dang, like he or she's killing them, but you have a 25-year-old playing against a 20-year-old. Like, you should be killing them.
Yeah.
Because you've been doing it a lot longer than they have.
Yeah.
That ignorant ass shit. Number one, Caitlin Clark did break Kelsey Plum's record. She did break Kelsey Plum's record, and she did it in 4 years. There was no COVID year and another year. No, Caitlin Clark played 4 years of college basketball. That was her first error. Okay? Her second error. Caitlin Clark ain't no 25 years old. Caitlin Clark is 22. She turned 22, I think, in January. So this idea that that she's 25 years old playing against 19 and 20-year-olds, that's false. Falsehood number 3, Caitlin Clark does not take 40 shots a game. So you guys see that Sheryl Swoopes was trying to grasp anything she could think of to try to disqualify Caitlin Clark's success. That's when people sort of gave Sheryl Swoopes the side eye, like, whoa, wait a minute. Like if you're going to talk about this stuff, like, you got to get your stats straight. Like, you got to get your facts straight. Well, Sheryl Swoopes continued her barrage when she said this on a particular podcast. She says, I think the Olympic break really helped Indiana. Now, of course, the Olympic break did help Indiana. Absolutely. It really helped Caitlin Clark. It continues. I'm going to shout out to Lexi Hull. I'm a big Lexi Hull fan. Lexi Hull shot the leather off the ball in their game against Seattle. Kelsey Mitchell is just stroking. She is just shooting the basketball. Aaliyah Boston, almost a triple-double. If Indiana continues to play the way they're playing like this, they too are going to move up in the standings. So she mentions Lexi Hull. Okay. Mentions Kelsey Mitchell, mentions Aaliyah Boston. The one person she clearly left off, and let's not get it twisted, this was on purpose. is Caitlin Clark. The reason why the Indiana Fever are in the playoffs is because of Caitlin Clark. If Caitlin Clark is not on that team, Indiana is still as bad as they were. That's just all there is to it. It's almost like, you guys remember when we watched that dating show, The Ultimatum? Remember how horrible Roxanne was about not getting married to Antonio? Then she showed up to their union with rings on all of her fingers except the ring finger. And she just made it too obvious. Well, Sheryl Swoops did the same thing. Sheryl Swoops did the same thing. Well, Stephen A. Smith noticed that and didn't really take too kindly to that. Before I play that, let me WCV LA says you can say that about record. Please reword that, WCV LA. I can't comprehend what you're talking about there. Global Driver says Caitlin Clark should get the MVP. Angel Reese is garbage. No, Angel Reese she's not garbage. Well, number one, I disagree with you on all three fronts. Caitlin Clark is not the MVP. The MVP is Asia Wilson. Angel Reese is not garbage. She's a garbage shooter, but she's a really good rebounder for all intents and purposes, right? Switchblade says, hey, Donovan, I think Myron said it best about the black community in general, which is that they don't want to be told the actual reality. Other communities, in particular, whites figured it out in the 90s. I know you know. I don't know what somebody tell me what IYKWIM means. RT the Brand says, Jason Whitlock says Caitlin Clark is this generation's Jackie Robinson. Yeah, look, I agree with a lot of what Jason Whitlock says, but a lot of the stuff he talks about now, it really just sounds clickbaity. Like dude, love Jason Whitlock, but I think he just gets a little bit out there. I'm sure a lot of people say the same about me, but I don't know. RT the Brand says Malika Andrews is the best looking one. Yeah, agree to disagree. Caitlin's passing them the ball. Black Russian Lam says black women hate at its finest. T-Law says Swoops played at the highest level. She knows better. Yeah, she should know better. And by the way, Caitlin Clark's rookie season is better than any of Sheryl Swoops's MVP seasons. There's one stat that is higher than Caitlin Clark's. And that is Sheryl Swoop's points per game. She averaged like 20 points per game in one of her MVP seasons. She certainly didn't pass the ball like Caitlin, and she's not averaging rebounds. Sheryl Swoops is a scorer. Sheryl Swoops was I know you know what I mean. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, well, next time just type that out because I don't speak millennialese. Anyway. So Stephen A. Smith clearly got wind of Sheryl Swoops's disingenuous omission of Caitlin Clark, and he had this to say.
Last week about Sheryl Swoops.
Oops.
You have any idea how that serves to stain any kind of critique of Caitlin Clark, because that gives fodder to those who believe she's being hated on and ostracized to some degree. Do you realize that Sheryl Swoops, you're insane to do that? Let me tell you why you're insane to do that. Because Sheryl Swoops, you're one of the greatest players ever in the history of basketball. That's why. See, you won a championship in college at Texas Tech. You won 3 Olympic gold medals. You won 4 WNBA championships. You know basketball. You know basketball better than me. You know basketball than any of the pundits. You know basketball better than most of the men that play basketball. There is no way in hell you just accidentally left Caitlin Clark's name out of that soliloquy that you dropped about the Indiana Fever. Stop it.
Fair use.
You know that. Stop it.
Fair use. So Stephen A. rightfully and accurately called out Sheryl Swoops. Well, of course, Sheryl Swoops Of course, Sheryl Swoopes did what Sheryl Swoopes does, and she responded in kind. Yes, Stephen A. is a coward. Fucking shameful. Blah, 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 blah. God forbid a black man defend a non-black woman against another black woman. Well, guys, guess what? The situation got even crazier because Nancy Lieberman made an appearance on the Stephen A. Smith show to talk about one Sheryl Swoopes. And guys, this is really where Sheryl Swoopes. This is really where Sheryl Swoopes really kind of exposed herself and sort of outed herself as a Caitlin Clark hater. But let's watch Nancy Lieberman's appearance on the Stephen A. Smith show.
I've known Sheryl. I coached her. Have a lot of respect for her. I called her when Caitlin was still playing at Iowa, and she had just broken Maravich's record. And it was all over the place, as you and I have discussed, that, you know, there was this quote by Sheryl that said, you know, Caitlin was, 25 years old. She was, however old, 24 years old. She was a fifth-year senior. Right. She was taking 40 shots a game. Her records were illegitimate. And I got off the treadmill and I called her as a friend. And I said, you can say whatever you want. You can have your own opinion about anybody. But you do have to get the statistics right. I mean, facts matter. Right. And if you just get ahead of this and just say, hey, I made a mistake on my numbers, then this thing is over and everybody respects you for your opinion. And, you might like Boston, I might like the Yankees. It's okay to have difference of opinions. Fair use. Well, she got upset with me on the phone, and I was like, Sheryl, I'm not doing anything to hurt you. I'm just sharing. We're talking. And so our relationship, it pretty much is not happening at this point. I tried to talk to her at the Final Four. Right. She didn't want to talk to me. My life's going to be good or great with or without Sheryl Swoopes in my life.
Let me just pause this here. Just to quickly point out what just happened. Nancy Lieberman called up Sheryl Swoopes as a friend and says, hey, look, you can think whatever you want, but gotta get your facts straight. Caitlin Clark is not a fifth-year senior. She's not 25. She doesn't jack up 40 shots a game. You can have your opinion, but if you're going to have your opinion needs to be rooted in fact. So what does Sheryl Swoopes do? Sheryl Swoopes decides to sever the relationship. They decide to sever the relationship. This woman would rather end a lifelong relationship. Again, remember, Nancy Lieberman has known Sheryl Swoopes since she was in high school. Helped to broker her first Nike deal in 1993. And here we are now, 31 years later. 31 years later. She gets called out. Hang on a second. Devin was blasting me. Can't be mad at her for that. But this woman just ended a lifelong relationship over something she was wrong about. Can you imagine being that stubborn and that prideful to just all of a sudden say, okay, all right, Nancy Lieberman, she's calling me out. I can't be her friend anymore. What? That is absolutely crazy to me.
I'd rather have her in it. And so our relationship, it pretty much is not happening at this point. I tried to talk to her at the Final Four. Right. She didn't want to talk to me. My life's going to be good or great with or without Sheryl Swoopes in my life. I'd rather have her in it. But let me tell you the difference. Right. The difference is when the Kennedy Carter thing happened, and I'm doing Michelle Beadle's podcast with Lou Williams and Chandler Parsons, and Michelle says to me, Nancy, what would you tell Caitlin Clark in that situation? And I said to Michelle, look, I'm not here to speak for Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark. I'm not going to tell you that. Then she said, what would you do if somebody kind of blindsided you like that? And you know me, I'm straight from New York, straight from Rucker Park. I said I would have gotten up. I would have walked up to whoever did that to me. I would have punched him in the face.
Yeah.
And, the expletive that I
Fair
use.
use.
And I would have said,
Yes.
F off. That is who I am. That is the concentric circle.
It's not who
I
Caitlin
am.
is, though.
And that's my era. And so, to her point, Teresa Weatherspoon called me, my dear friend, who I love, respect, and admire.
Chicago Sky coach.
She said, Nancy, I was disappointed what you said. And we had a conversation.
Are you
and
serious?
I said, Spoon, I didn't say she should punch Kennedy Carter in her face. I said,
That's what
this
I
is
would have
what
done.
I would do if I were blindsided.
Unbelievable.
And I've known Kennedy since she was in high school here in Dallas. I think she's a hell of a player.
Right.
And should have been on the All-Star team.
She is.
But my comment
Cat.
about hitting her wasn't about her. But we had this conversation, which we apparently cannot have with me and Sheryl Swoops. And I still think she was incorrect about what she did. And, we all have to be professional, right? You cover people,
Fair use.
right? You and Durant have kind of gone at it in
Yep.
and out for a little
Right.
bit, but you still do highlights and talk about him and share the greatness of him. You don't have to agree with everything with him, but just do your
Great
job.
guy.
Do your job. You get paid to do a job as a broadcaster. Do your job.
Unbelievable.
Nobody.
So there's the story from Nancy Lieberman. Phoenix Light Games, with a $10 super chat, says women, especially black women, don't like it when they're criticized by other women, especially white women. Sheryl is pissed at Stephen A. defending Caitlyn and is mad at Nancy for not co-signing her BS. Absolutely. Like, guys, gentlemen, and a lot of you guys are in the chat talking about SYSBM. Guys, I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%, man. Guys, it's over. Like, American black women, Jesus fucking Christ. Does it get any worse than them? Does it get any worse than American black women, guys? Like, at some point, niggas, not black men, niggas are just gonna have to wake up and be like, you know what, man? This is a lost goddamn cause. It's a lost goddamn cause. I really don't care on the Rumble site. It says the biggest betrayal between women is not taking their side even when they're wrong. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, guys, you got to, listen, black men, get the fuck out of it. Dude, get the fuck out of this community, man. Black women don't give a damn about you, man. They really don't. They really don't. They make fun of you when you die. Remember, they openly mocked Kobe Bryant when he died. Kevin Samuels, they openly mocked him. American black women are the scourge of the earth. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't give a fuck what anybody says, man. Unbelievable. This woman ended a 3 decades old relationship over this. Insane. So, Sheryl Swoops finally responded. Sheryl Swoops was on some radio station, and this, guys, oh my God, to say that this woman was dishonest is a gross understatement. This bitch flat out lied. Let's take a listen to this nonsense.
This podcast, and I said, please bring me on your show. He didn't respond. I think he blocked me, which is cool. He didn't respond, but then yesterday you go and bring Nancy Lieberman on your show. But let me clear up a couple of things, because I was only contracted to do 7 games for the Dallas Wings. So everyone thinks that I was replaced for doing the Indiana Fever game, when the reality is last week I told a producer that I could not do the Indiana Fever game because of a prior commitment, but also because there's nothing I can say that's going to be right. So as a commentator and analyst, I got to be able to speak positive things, good things, but I also got to be able to critique, because I do that to everybody. They then said that I was silent for 50 seconds. Don't know who had the time to time that, but I was silent for 50 seconds on a game I did Las Vegas Aces versus Dallas Wings when it had nothing to do with Caitlin. So for people who don't know, I'm a color analyst, not play-by-play. So my play-by-play guy, Ron Thulin, he had a graphic. He was supposed to read the graphic. He read it, said Caitlin Clark was Player of the Week, Nafisa Collier was Player of the Week. You're going to get a chance to see both of them. They're coming in town to play. That was it. That's what he was supposed to say. I was not supposed to comment, didn't have to comment. Now, if he would have said, Sheryl, what are your thoughts on Caitlin being Player of the Week? What are your thoughts on Nafisa being Player of the Week? And then if I don't respond, then that's a bad look. But that wasn't how that happened. So the other part of that is everyone's mad, or her people are mad that I didn't say anything about it when I wasn't supposed to, but yet didn't have an issue with me not saying anything about Nafisa Collier. But her...
Sheryl, nobody knows nor do they care who the fuck Nafisa Collier is. Stop it.
Saying on the Stephen A. Smith show yesterday that she was on her treadmill working out. I don't know if she was or not because I'm not in the room with Nancy.
So do you see that? See, now Sheryl swoops. Now she's going scorched earth. Now she's just going to call everybody a fucking liar. Well, I don't know if she was on her treadmill because I wasn't there. I'm sorry, Sheryl, what reason would Nancy have to lie about the activity she was doing before she picked up the phone? We are not any more or less impressed with Nancy Lieberman getting off the treadmill to get on the phone with you. She could have said, I was reading a book. I was watching. It doesn't matter. So now Sheryl Swoops is going to see what she's doing here. What she's doing here, she's trying to set us up. She's trying to make us think, well, I don't know if she was on the treadmill or not. She is low-key. She's low-key insinuating that Nancy Lieberman might not have been honest. Sheryl, nobody knows if she was on the treadmill or not because you're not there. But the reason why you actually said it with your mouth is to put seeds of doubt that Nancy Lieberman might not be honest about what she's talking about. The fuck do we look like, Sheryl? Seriously? What reason does Nancy Lieberman have to lie about the activity she was doing before she picked up and called your punk ass? Unbelievable how petty women can be. Incredible.
See, but what I do know didn't happen was a phone call from her. Nancy Lieberman decided she was going to be upset that I...
Wait, I'm sorry. Did she say that the phone call didn't happen? Let me rewind that.
Her saying on the Stephen A. Smith show yesterday that she was on her treadmill working out. I don't know if she was or not because I'm not in the room with Nancy. But what I do know didn't happen was a phone call from her.
What I do know didn't happen was a phone call from her. Sheryl, why in the world would Nancy lie about calling you? To what end? What reason like, Sheryl, like, guys, like this dude, she's crashing out. She's crashing out, y'all. She's crashing out. So you mean to tell me, Sheryl, that Nancy never called you? Why would she lie about that? Unbelievable. So first, do you see how Sheryl thought we were stupid? Well, I don't know if she was on the treadmill or not. So what we're supposed to say is like, you know what? I think Nancy was lying about being on the treadmill. I don't think I believe she was on the treadmill before she called Sheryl Swoops. Then when Sheryl Swoops says, well, the phone call never happened. That's right. If she lied about being on the treadmill, then she must be lying about the phone call. Why on earth would anyone lie on Stephen A. Smith's show about making a phone call? Oh my God. Like, oh my God. It's incredible. Sheryl Swoops is crashing out, and now she's lying to save face.
Nancy Lieberman decided she was going to be upset that I said it was going to be an adjustment period for Caitlin, Angel, all the rookies, but in particular Caitlin, and that I didn't think she would come in the league and dominate right away. It's my opinion. So she got upset that I said that.
So you mean to tell me that the reason why Nancy Lieberman put you on blast on Twitter is because you said to her that Caitlyn is not going to dominate in the league as quickly as you thought? And again, I want to make this crystal clear. I'm Sheryl Swoops. Yeah, Nancy, Caitlyn Clark is not going to dominate in the league as quickly as you think. Sheryl, we're not friends anymore. Why would she be upset about that? Why would she be upset about your opinion of another player? Listen, again, this is a flat out lie. It is a lie. Listen.
Nancy Lieberman decided she was going to be upset that I said it was going to be an adjustment period for Caitlyn, Angel, all the rookies, but in particular Caitlyn, and that I didn't think she would come in the league and dominate right away. It's my opinion.
So Nancy Lieberman got upset with you for making the statement that there is going to be an adjustment period for a rookie. Nancy's played basketball longer than most of us have been alive. She's forgotten more about basketball than I'll never know. Why in the world would Nancy be upset with Sheryl Swoops for saying that there's going to be an adjustment period for rookies, in particular Caitlyn Clark? This is why you know she's lying. That's not why Nancy was never pissed. Nancy called you up and said, hey, get your facts straight. You said we're no longer friends, but now you're going to lie and say that there was never a phone call in the first place, and that the reason why she aired you out and put you on blast is because you made a very obvious statement, which is Caitlyn Clark is going to go through an adjustment period. You've got to be kidding me with this. Do you guys see? And guys, what this further perpetuates is that modern women, they think they can just say anything and we're just going to believe it. Sheryl, we know you're lying. You are being dishonest about, number one, the phone call, and number two, the reason why Nancy is upset with you. No. Nancy was not pissed at you. That never happened. Nancy was never upset with you for pointing out the obvious, which is that rookie players in any league are going to be in adjustment period. You expect us to believe that Nancy decided to end a 31-plus year relationship over a statement like that? Over a statement of an opinion? God almighty. Dude, women must think we're stupid. Phoenix Light Games, with a $5 super chat, says Sheryl's chain of events of what transpired between her, Nancy, and Steven are all over the place. There's no congruencies. How dumb does she think we are? Apparently as dumb as she is. Phoenix Light Games, another $5 super chat, says, are you fucking kidding me? Did you see Nancy's body language and tone of voice when talking about the situation? She was not upset, Sheryl. She was calm. This is incredible. Baker19 hypothesizes, or she isn't telling the truth on what she actually said to get Nancy upset. No, that's not true. No, Nancy was never upset, Baker99. She was never upset. Sheryl Swoops is telling us that Nancy was upset as the justification for them not talking anymore. No. Sheryl, you're the one that ended your relationship with Nancy, not the other way around. Nancy Lieberman picked up the phone and called you and said, hey, get your fucking facts straight. You couldn't handle it, so you ended the relationship. It was never, Nancy, Caitlyn and Angel, there's gonna be an adjustment period for rookies. I can't believe you said that. We're no longer friends. Seriously? Do you think we're gonna fall for that nonsense? She continued.
So she got upset that I said that. So she decided she was going to go to Twitter, which is what people do. She was going to go to Twitter and try to call me out. And I don't have it, but it's somewhere out there in the universe where she actually posted, oh, why can't we just let them be great? Let me introduce you to Caitlyn Clark. And so she had to go on and put all the stuff about what Caitlyn had done, which is great. So don't say you called me to talk about that when you didn't. You posted that on Twitter, and then I responded to you. I text you and said, Nancy, if you have something to say, call me. Since we're
Oh, no, that is absolute bullshit. That is absolute bullshit. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe that for 1 second. I think Nancy, guys, this is all bullshit. I don't believe a word this bitch is saying anymore. I don't believe a word this bitch is saying anymore. Just based on past history, we already know she's lying. We already know she's lied about the phone call. We already know she lied about the phone call. The phone call happened, but now she's trying to make it seem like she was the one that prompted the phone call. Like, what are we doing? Ay.
supposed to be, quote, friends.
Right.
The other part is, so y'all said, well, she should apologize to that. So I sent messages to Caitlyn, but now those messages are fake. They're not real. I didn't really send them. Because my thing is, I don't owe y'all anything. I don't owe y'all an apology. I reached out to Caitlyn. We had a great conversation, but now it's something else.
Platform you want to go on?
That is absolute bullshit. Yeah. Baker19 says that makes, like, none of this makes sense. None of this makes any sense. Sheryl Swoopes is lying to cover her. Sheryl Swoopes is lying to justify her bad behavior. That's what's happening. She is lying to the American public. She is lying to the American public to justify her actions. Well, the reason why Nancy and I are no longer friends, and she said, quote, friends, is because, well, she tweeted out something first. I texted her, if you have something to say, call me. She never called me, so I assume we're not friends. Nah, that's bullshit. Well, I reached out to Caitlyn. We had a wonderful conversation. Are you fucking serious, Sheryl? Like, you actually expect us to believe that you had a conversation with Caitlyn Clark? Seriously? These bitches think that we just fucking believe anything. Phoenix Light Games, another $10 super chat, said, is similar to how Pearl held Britney accountable for not reporting on abuse that we all know she lied about, and she gave that how dare you face. Nancy held Sheryl accountable, and she didn't like it. Here we go. Typical American black woman. You says, why are black women picking at Caitlyn Clark? You must be new here. Like, bruh, you know the answer to that. Well, Stephen A. Smith caught wind of this interview, and he then chimed in. Well, let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Frank,
to that if you could.
Mitch, how long have y'all known me?
Long time.
A long time.
Let's think about this. Sheryl Swoopes went on the air and said, I blocked her. Lies. She said she offered to come on my show and she texted me. Lies. Never happened. I had my team reach out, and on top of it all, there is video on my podcast before Nancy Lieberman ever came on when I said, Sheryl, this is my position. You are welcome to come on my podcast. If you want me to, I'll come on yours. It's not a problem. You're wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. Period. That's all I said. I didn't disrespect her. I didn't utter a disrespectful word towards her. I just was saying it was a bad look. But let me tell you to say this to your audience, right in front of y'all. I back up from no one when it comes to my profession. I'm going to do my job. I covered the NBA, for crying out loud, for all of these years. We've seen superstars.
So there you have it, guys. There you have it. To me, it is abundantly crystal clear. Now, here's the thing. And I want to make this clear. Sheryl Swoopes, she ain't got to like Caitlyn Clark. She has the right to dislike anybody for any reason. Just like, and honestly, if you dislike somebody for what you deem is a dumb reason, just come out and say it. You know what I mean? A lot of niggas don't like Pearl. They don't like Pearl because she's white and she likes black dudes.
But they don't say that. They use every other excuse under the sun to justify their... Just like Sheryl Swoopes said, she doesn't owe you guys an explanation. She doesn't owe us or Caitlin Clark an apology. No. Nope. She is free to dislike whoever it is she wants to dislike for whatever reason. That's basic human rights. If you don't like another nigga because he's better than you, then just say, I don't like that nigga because he's better than me. But of course, you can't say that because that makes you look bad. Sheryl Swoopes acknowledged it herself. Well, I couldn't have done this because it's a bad look. Well, Sheryl, listen, man, you don't have to explain anything to us. You don't have to apologize to anyone, least of all Caitlin Clark. But you can damn sure catch this heat. Listen, man, freedom of speech, like I said, does not mean freedom from consequences. Apollo says if someone lied and said a phone call didn't happen when it did happen, I would show everyone the phone bill to prove the call happened. I'm that damn petty. I'm the same way. I'm like, yo, this is what the fuck happened. This is what the fuck happened. Unbelievable. So at the end of the day, guys, Sheryl Swoopes has exposed, she's exposed herself as another typical rank and file American black woman who she's racist. Guys, I think Sheryl Swoopes is racist. I think that she is racist. And guys, listen, man. Look, this is just my opinion. And no one would, and you want to know what the sad part about this is that Sheryl Swoopes is one of the greatest players in WNBA history. No one is going to remember her for that. All they're going to remember her as the hater who hated on who will eventually be one of the greatest players ever. Caitlin Clark has a chance to be the GOAT or one of the GOATs. Unfortunately, no one's going to remember that. No one is going to remember that, and it's a shame because Sheryl Swoopes, she won a national championship at Texas Tech, won 4 straight titles with the Houston Comets. No one's going to remember that. All they're going to remember her as is Caitlin Clark's number one hater, and Caitlin Clark is starting to line them up. She's starting to line them up. First in the line was Angel Reese. Angel Reese is Caitlin Clark's first troll. And now Sheryl Swoopes is Caitlin Clark's biggest and most ardent hater. It is what it is. It is what it is. When we come back, we are going to discuss what is going on in Aurora, Colorado. Apparently, there are Venezuelan street gangs. There are Venezuelan street gangs who have taken over and have established territorial control over parts of Aurora, Colorado. When we come back, we'll discuss that. And of course, we will take your phone calls after that. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're back in a flash.
Guys, if you want access to a men's community that will benefit you each and every day, consider joining us on Patreon. Members of my Patreon community get access to insane benefits and a ton of content not found anywhere. Your first benefit as a patron is access to the vault. Every episode since day one is readily available to you to watch or listen at your convenience. You'll get to see and hear the evolution of TSR Live in real time, as well as pick up on the lessons we've taught in this community for decades. The vault also contains video and audio versions of every episode. This archive contains tens of thousands of hours of content, so you will always have something new to watch or listen to. Reason number 2 you should join is that you will get access to the podcast versions of each episode, which is just the meat and potatoes without all of the small talk, shoutouts to super chatters, or me telling off trolls. If you're a little short on time, or if you want the ability to consume this knowledge even faster so as to flatten your learning curve, the podcast archives are a great resource for guys who prefer the condensed version of my content. Next, you'll get access to the Collaboration Chronicles. Being in this community for almost 10 years has allowed me to work with some of the biggest and most respected names out there. Coach Greg Adams, Modern Life Dating, Hotep Jesus, Myron Gaines, and Kevin Samuels are just a few influencers I've worked closely with over the years. These collabs are jam-packed with incredible knowledge about how to improve your life in just about every way imaginable. You'll get access to every one-on-one with Donovan Sharp, every episode of The Six, which featured the aforementioned Kevin Samuels, Myron Gaines, and Coach Greg Adams. You'll get access to Weights and Dates featuring Myron Gaines, Elite Level Game featuring Coach Everett Overton, Crypto Oasis featuring Charlie and Miguel, and so much more. If there's a creator you're subscribed to, chances are I've collaborated with them. The next benefit is the Sunday group consultation Zoom calls. Every Sunday afternoon, I have a Zoom call exclusively for patrons where I answer questions, give advice, and provide guidance for whatever situation you may have going on in your life. And keep in mind, we don't just talk about women. We also discuss finances, fitness, and a myriad of other topics that pertain to increasing and maintaining your value as a man. These Zoom calls are extremely beneficial and are a welcome alternative for those who can't afford to book a consultation. For just a few cents a day, you'll have the ability to get 4 personal consultations a month. Guys, that's a $900 value for fractions of a penny on the dollar. The next benefit is easily one of the most valuable, and that is access to SharpStream. SharpStream is where I do my play-by-play breakdowns of reality dating shows and movies. I've been doing these regularly for 4 years now, and as a result, SharpStream now contains nearly 100,000 hours of this exclusive content not found anywhere on the internet. To date, I've broken down nearly 40 seasons of dating shows such as The Bachelor, Temptation Island, Love is Blind, 90 Day Fiancé, Married at First Sight, The Ultimatum, and many, many more. I've also done play-by-play analysis on movies and documentaries. We recently finished Forgetting Sarah Marshall, The Woman King, Think Like a Man Parts 1 and 2, The 40-Year-Old Virgin, and many more. I've reacted to the Secrets of Playboy docuseries, as well as the Pamela Anderson documentary, which answered a lot of questions about why she became who she became. Everything on SharpStream, the dating shows, the movies, the documentaries are all exclusive on SharpStream. And as a patron, you'll get access to every minute of this content. And last, but certainly not least, you will get huge discounts on my books and courses. Once a month, I offer big discounts only for patrons. And as a patron, you'll get exclusive discounts and coupon codes on some of my most popular products. As an added bonus, you will also get access to our yellow $ collection. Any video that isn't monetized has been removed from my YouTube channel. If there's not a green $ attached to it, it's gone. And to date, I have over 1,100 unmonetized videos backed up. And so starting today, my team will be uploading at least one video from our yellow $ collection every day, which gives you even more exclusive content. And remember, all of this exclusive content is 100% ad-free. So let's go down the list here. For a few cents a day, you get access to the Vault, the Archive, video and audio versions of every live stream, the podcast versions of my live streams, my extensive collection of collaborations, access to SharpStream, which contains nearly 100,000 hours of exclusive content you will not find anywhere else on the internet, RP Theater, 4 sessions a month on our weekly consultation Zoom calls, access to the yellow $ collection, and discounts on my products. And if you're still not convinced that patreon.com/Donovan Sharp is where you need to be, let me give you one more reason. All patrons get a 20% discount on a CME ticket. That's right, guys. If you are a patron when you purchase a ticket to the 4th Annual Conference of Masculine Excellence, which will be in Lake Tahoe this year, you will receive a 20% discount. And this goes for standard and VIP tickets. So what are you waiting for? Get your ass over to patreon.com/Donovan Sharp and join a community of like-minded men who strive to be the very best versions of ourselves. Link in description.
Thanks for sticking around, guys. Thanks for watching. As you guys can see, my bestest buddy in the world, Walter, is making an appearance. And so you guys, there he goes. He's messing with the mic. So this is Walter. This is my cat. He is a 3-year-old Devon Rex. He's the cutest cat in the world. He also, as you guys can see, makes it very difficult to get any work done at all. There you go, Walter. Have at it. All right, very good. So shout out to Walter. Looks like he's gonna be here for a little while. Richard Clark with the $5 super chat says the funny part is that Angel Reese was on a podcast saying Caitlyn fans are hating on her because of racism. Well, now here's the thing.
I'm sure that there are some Caitlin Clark fans who are racist. Like, let's not pretend that there is no racism. Let's not pretend that race isn't a driving factor. Here's the deal. Yes, there are some Caitlin Clark fans that are racist. I think there are some Caitlin Clark fans that are racist. There are some Angel Reese fans that are racist against white people. There are some Caitlin Clark fans that are racist against black people, right? But the vast majority of Caitlin Clark fans are not. They're Caitlin Clark fans because of who she is, not because of who Angel Reese isn't. That's crazy talk. As I take my kratom, this is funny. Walter does this every time. You don't want any. Do you want any kratom? No. Have some. It's good. It's good. Hang on, guys. I recently cat-proofed my studio because, of course, Walter loves to walk on things that are functional. Loves to walk on things that are functional. Now he's going to cry because he wants out now. Maybe not. At any rate, we are now going to talk about his story. And shout out to Jay Blaze. Shout out to Jay Blaze because he's the one that pointed this out to me in our Sunday Zoom call. As yes, Walter's nickname is Jaws because he bites everything. But it's about Aurora, Colorado. And rather than me explaining it to you, I'd rather just show you. I'm going to show you several newscasts about this, and we'll continue. Let's go. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. And away we go.
Alleged Venezuelan gang activity in Aurora. This week, Aurora has been in the national spotlight as videos have been circulating on social media showing gang members taking over apartments. It's important to note the city nor the Aurora Police Department have confirmed any of those claims. Colorado and federal law enforcement does confirm that the transnational crime organization Tren de Aragua are operating in the Denver metro area. Denver 7's Adria Arahita joining us live now with new reaction from Governor Jared Polis and Aurora's interim police chief. Good morning, Adria.
Uh-oh. Yeah, good morning, Wanye. Videos have gone viral this week showing a group of males carrying guns in an apartment complex. Now, this is one of several buildings at the center of concern. Aurora police saying earlier this week, quote, APD has been increasingly collecting evidence to show the gang is connected to crimes in the area. They shared this video last night of officers looking into claims at the edge of Lowry Apartments. APD's interim police chief Heather Morris says gang members have not taken over the complex and they're reassuring the community they are investigating criminal activity.
We are actively investigating criminal activity that's happening and listening to them to so that we can learn anything that we're missing. You know, what are we missing, and actually find out what exactly is going on.
Governor Jared Polis spoke with CNN saying the state is ready to step in at a moment's notice in Aurora if needed, and adding that the state takes these kinds of threats very seriously. But he says Aurora officials have not raised that alarm.
So all we await is a call from Aurora saying there's any building in the control of any gang, and we are ready to help take it back. That call has not happened because Aurora Police does not currently believe, or they haven't told us, that there's any buildings in control of gangs.
Oh, wow.
Aurora's mayor, Mike Kaufman, on the other hand, says the city is seeking an emergency court order to shut down apartment buildings that he claims have been overrun by a Venezuelan gang by declaring them a criminal nuisance. And Mayor Kaufman says the apartments seeking gang activity are all under that same ownership that had multiple code violations and criminal activity preceding the migrant crisis. And a judge must grant that order before the city can clear out the buildings.
Yeah, well, thank Thank you, Adria. This is obviously something that even presidential candidates are talking about right now. So thank you so much for bringing us this updated information.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The city of Aurora also confirming it has arrested a documented member of that gang.
Oh!
Police arrested this man Wednesday in connection to a shooting at the known
that nigga did it.
that the city previously shut down over code violations.
Yeah, that nigga did it.
2 people were shot and a third had a broken ankle. He is currently in ICE custody. Let's get to some other local.
Good Lord. Okay, so clearly it appears that there's something going on in Aurora, Colorado. Of course, now Walter One's out. There you go. So let's look at another couple of these videos just so that we can sort of confirm things. We're gonna watch several of these.
And new at 10. It's scenes coming out of a movie. As the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua are seen breaking into apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. This is according to our sister station in Denver. There you can see the group well armed and forcing an apartment door open and making their way in.
Damn.
This has raised concerns amongst residents and Colorado state law enforcement officials.
Holy moly, look at these people.
Is issuing a statement today in the wake of national attention following the video's release. As we've reported in the past, Tren de Aragua is one of the fastest growing transnational criminal organizations from Venezuela. According to FBI officials, the gang has now infiltrated its way into the United States through various sectors of the U.S.-Mexico border.
Alexa does not have any political opinions after this error went viral.
I don't know why that happened. Okay, so so clearly there's clearly a problem. There's clearly a problem. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull up the video. I'm going to pull up the video of the police chief giving us her opinion. The good deacon says Angel Reese looks 10 times better than Caitlin Clark, but Caitlin Clark 22 times better than Angel Reese plays 1,000. The good deacon, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Angel Reese is a ratchet. She's a ratchet, and Caitlin is better than she is. Period. I swear to God, niggas always want to come in and say, yeah, but Angel Reese looks better than Caitlin Clark. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? And I'm gonna tell you something else, the good deacon. I'm gonna tell your bitch ass something else, bruh. I'm gonna tell look. I'm gonna tell your punk ass something else, bruh. And sometimes people won't really keep it real. Would you like this? But Caitlin Clark has far more viable options in the opposite sex than Angel Reese. Does Angel Reese look better aesthetically? You better believe it. You better believe it. But I tell you this, there are far more men that would put a ring on Caitlin Clark's finger than would put on Angel Reese's finger. Of that I am certain. Looks don't mean a goddamn thing if you can't get a goddamn ring. Let me repeat that. Looks don't mean a goddamn thing if you can't get a goddamn ring. I'm so sick and tired of niggas talking about, yeah, but she look good, but she thick. Who gives a fuck? Angel Reese is a fucking ratchet ass hoe. She ain't never gonna be, she's not married. She ain't never gonna be married. Like, guys, we talk all the time about how looks isn't everything. Looks isn't everything, blah, 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 blah. But as soon as there's a controversy involving a black woman, yeah, but she thick though. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I swear to God, man, niggas. Anyway, let's continue.
I stopped by here at 12th and Dallas. Got quite a few of our officers out here that are out here tonight again. I've been out here for several weeks.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Contacts with our residents, reassuring them about the criminal activity that's happening here and how we're going to address it.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need. We need a woman coming door to door telling us that everything's okay.
We're out here. We want to reassure the people that live in this community that we are actively investigating criminal activity that's happening and listening to them to so that we can learn anything that we're missing. You know, what are we missing, and actually find out what exactly is going on. We're out here because we care. I mean, nobody should be wearing this uniform if they don't care. And we want the residents and the people.
Oh, dude, this looks like a shitty
that live here to know
complex.
that we care. We've been talking to the residents here, and learning from them to find out what exactly is going on. And there's definitely a different picture. I'm not saying that there's not gang members that don't live in this community.
Ah, there it is. There's the acknowledgement. Nothing to see here.
But what we're learning out here is that gang members have not taken over this country.
This is, dude, this is a publicity stunt. So she's telling us that gang members haven't taken over this area, but the city has requested like a national emergency fund. Seriously?
Complex. We've really made an effort to the last few days to just really ask the specific questions and the direct questions in terms of the gang activity and who's actually making sure that people aren't paying rent.
Look.
To gang leaders.
Make sure they're not paying rent to gang leaders. You says, how are they? Who's funding them? They fund themselves. They fund themselves. This is how gangs operate. Gangs operate. They tax the community. They tax the community. They rob people. They say, hey, look, if you want to continue to operate your business here and not get shot up, you got to give me 5, 10, 15% of the business. This is how they fund each other. Phoenix Light Games with the $20 super chat says, the good deacon, here is another example why your argument is futile. Brittany Renner is more attractive than Pearl. We all know that objectively. But between the two, who has more relationship market value and options? I'll wait. Yep, that's what I thought.
Or gang members, that's not happening. And we've discovered here today and yesterday talking to so many residents that that's not the case.
I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry.
We've
what?
discovered here today and yesterday talking.
I'm sorry. What is a? Okay. I got a couple of problems with this.
Or gang members that's not happening. And we've discovered here today and yesterday.
Yeah. Number one, we should not have. Number one, I have my doubts about female police chiefs. Women can't lead men. Sorry. They just can't. Women cannot lead men effectively. They can't do it. Number two, you're a female police chief with a tattoo. Like, is there any wonder? Is there any wonder why Aurora is in a state of flux? The town is being the town's law enforcement agency is being run by a woman. No wonder Venezuelan gangs have taken over the city. Mystery solved. Mystery solved. Unbelievable.
Talking to so many residents that's not.
I swear to God, the hits just keep on coming. So now we're gonna read an article. Now we're gonna read an article on Yahoo. Let me bring that up here. So this is an article on Yahoo that was posted a few days ago, entitled "Police Chief Says Colorado Apartment Not Being, quote, Taken Over Venezuelan Gang Despite Viral Images" by James Limehouse and Michael Loria of the USA Today. The article starts, quote, A gang is not running a Colorado apartment complex and tenants are not paying its members rent money, police said, despite speculation from the public after images of men carrying weapons at the building went viral. The Edge at Lowry Apartments in Aurora, Colorado has not been, quote, taken over by gang members. Interim Aurora Police Chief Heather Morris said in a video shared August 30th by the department on Facebook. She says, quote, We've been talking to residents here and learning from them to find out what exactly is going on, and there's definitely a different picture, Morris said in the video. I'm not saying there's not gang members that don't live in this community. Okay, Ms. Morris, did it ever occur to you that a building, a complex that had been taken over by gang members, did it ever occur to you that the residents might mislead you or not tell you the truth? Tell you guys a quick story. So when I lived in Altus, Oklahoma, I had a bully. His name was Bray Woodruss. Never forget this dude as long as I live, and he will never forget me. Now, I'm a sophomore in high school in Altus, Oklahoma. I'm on the baseball team. I'm on the varsity baseball team. Bray Woodruss was our varsity catcher. He's a big guy. He's built like a catcher. I
don't want to say he was too. I mean, he was athletic enough to be a catcher, the backstop, and he could hit and all that good stuff. Big guy, much bigger than me. Much bigger than me. Anyway, Bray liked to mess with the sophomores. He liked to fuck with sophomores and da-da-da-da. And Altus High School, when I was at Altus High School in Oklahoma, the high school was 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. So I was at Radford High School for a time, then I was at Mauna Loa High School. Freshman. Now I'm still a freshman, even though I'm a sophomore. Anyway, sophomores this, sophomores that, blah, 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 blah. Well, me and a friend of mine, Mark, were talking about the hazing that was, and guys, this is back in 92, 91, 92. And we're talking about the hazing that's going, or 1993, because I was there. No, I was there in 1992 to 93. And so me and my friend Mark were talking, we were in the locker room talking about, the hazing and, Bray and Carl and everybody doing this stuff. And Coach Freeman walks in. We didn't know he was there. And Coach Freeman is like, hey, is everything okay? What do you think Mark and I told him? Do you think we said, actually, Coach Freeman, things are not okay? You see, we are being picked on by your catcher, Bray Woodruss. He is hazing us, he's picking on us, and we don't like it. Do you think we did that? Huh? No. We wanted to keep quiet because we didn't want to continue to get hazed by Bray Woodruss and Carl Ballard and Brad Briscoe and all those guys. Right? Why in the world? We didn't want to risk getting further hazed. We just didn't want to risk it. We did not want to risk it. So we lied to Coach. Now, of course, it got back to Bray that Coach had confronted us about it, but he didn't believe that Mark and I didn't say anything. So you know what this man did to me? Or he tried anyway. So I'm sitting on the bus. We're getting ready. Coach Freeman hadn't gotten on the bus yet. Bray Woodruss comes up behind me, he kneels down. He's a big guy. He's like, I heard you were talking to Coach Freeman. I said, I did not say anything. This man bit my ear. He bit my ear. He's on the right side. He is biting my ear. Okay? That shit hurts. You know what I did? I turned my ear away, socked him right in the nose. Dude, his nose literally sideways. I broke this dude's fucking I broke his fucking nose. Broke his fucking nose. There was blood everywhere. Dude, there was blood everywhere. His nose is literally sideways. Now, of course, Bray doesn't realize what his nose looks like, what with all the blood. And I'm like, oh my God, this dude is about to fucking kill me. Just as he gets up, and is gonna, he's gonna fucking snap me in two. Okay? Carl Ballard actually stood up in front of him because he knew he was gonna fucking kill me. He said, hey man, you gotta check out your nose. Bray puts his fingers up, he puts his hands up to his nose, blood, and now he starts freaking out. Coach Freeman now is on the bus, and he's like, what happened? Why is my star catcher's nose, why is his nose turned sideways? Nobody ratted me out. Nobody ratted me out. Carl Ballard didn't rat me out. Brad Briscoe didn't rat me out. Nobody ratted me out. You want to know why they didn't rat me out? Because they said, okay, all right, good for this kid. He now has our respect. Now, there was never another physical altercation. But they, listen, they fucked with me. Anytime we were in a throwing line and Bray was throwing to me, he would always throw change-ups, curveballs, whatever, just to kind of make me look bad, right? Carl Ballard was actually drafted by the Royals. I'd be in the batter's box every once in a while. He'd buzz the tower, give me a little chin music. I knew it was coming. The point is that when Coach Freeman asked us, hey, man, is anybody fucking with you? Of course we're going to tell them no. We didn't want it to get worse. Unfortunately, it got worse, but then it didn't. But this woman does not understand that if these people were really in peril, they're certainly not going to tell you about it. They're not going to say, yeah, Miss Police Officer. Yeah, they're gang members, right? Hey, we're telling the cops on you right here. They're coming to get you. No, they're going to shoot that place up.
So for this woman to actually acknowledge that she believes, well, I haven't heard anything about anything, means that she's as dumb as a box of rocks. And she will not be the interim police coach for too much longer. Let's continue. We've been talking to the residents here and learning from them to find out what exactly is going on. And there is definitely a different picture, Morris said in the video. I've already read that. It continues. People paying rent to gang members is also, quote, not happening, according to Morris. Quote, unquote, we really believe that they are sincere with us, the interim chief said about the tenants at the apartment. USA Today contacted Aurora police on Tuesday, but has not received a response. Now let's learn about Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua members confirmed in Aurora, Colorado. Rumors of the complex being run by Tren de Aragua, a large criminal organization from Venezuela, began circulating when a video went viral of men carrying guns entering the apartments. The Department of Homeland Security confirmed to News Nation that the men seen in the video were Tren de Aragua members. Pardon me. The city of Aurora confirmed in an X post on August 30th that there is, quote, a small Tren de Aragua, TDA, presence in Aurora. The police department has, quote, been taking it seriously. There has been a lot of misleading information shared about what is happening in our community, or our city. Aurora is a safe community, the post said. Media have conflated and considerably exaggerated incidents that are isolated to a handful of problem properties alone. I'm sorry, a handful of problem properties? My nigga, if it's a handful of problem properties, plural, you got a problem. A handful of properties. Oh boy. The article continues. City officials said they will, quote, address the problems that the absentee out-of-state owners of these properties have allowed to fester unchecked, according to the X post. The city is also, quote, aggressively pursuing all actions available under city code and criminal statute, the post continued. Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman wrote in a Facebook post on August 30th that the city will seek an emergency court order to clear the apartments. It says, quote, the Aurora City Attorney's Office is preparing court documents to request an emergency court order to clear the apartment buildings where Venezuelan gang activity has been occurring by declaring the properties, quote, a criminal nuisance, Kaufman said. He continues, I strongly believe that the best course of action is to shut these buildings down and to make sure that this never happens again. Let's take a look at some of these. Aurora is a safe place, but let's take a look at some of these comments. Because again, this is another and look. To be quite frank, I can understand why they would put this out to the media. Right? I understand why they would not necessarily try to mislead the media, but I get it. Like, I understand. You know, you can't, but by the same token, you still have to be honest with the people around you, right? I guess they're trying to maybe lull the Venezuelan gang members maybe they'll lull them into like a false sense of security, that sort of thing. Okay, that's fine. But you're still not doing yourself any favors. You're really not. Okay, guys, I have been on the air for 4 hours. This podcast took a lot longer than I had originally thought. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to sort of reevaluate. I'm going to have to reevaluate the number of topics that I have. And of course, the Caitlin Clark thing, that took a while because there was all sorts of videos and all that good stuff. But I will be back on the air a little bit later today. I'm gonna be reacting to. Oh wow. Oh well. Anyway, I'm gonna be reacting to a. I'm either gonna react to the Pop the Balloon or Find Love or the Fresh and Fit. At any rate,
Thank you guys all for tuning in. I appreciate you guys' continued support. And yes, gentlemen. Yes, gentlemen. Oh, looks like they came out with an Aaron Hernandez movie. Oh, boy. That's going to be interesting. And, I'm hoping that... oh, by the way, I will be starting another daily dating show breakdown next week. Clearly, I took the week off. We did the whole Love is Blind UK. That was an absolute disaster. Mr. King 6-pounder says, none of y'all actually came from the gutter? Well, no. I mean, I would like to think that I'm not from the gutter. You guys know how that goes. That is going to do it for this, the 1099th edition of TSR Live, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next time.